Up and running.
Good morning then, and welcome to this 12th day of the Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. Today we are continuing our inquiry session on the topic of radar mitigation. I've just heard from Mr. McLeod, and I think I heard earlier from Mr. Brown and Mr. Thompson, so I think our technology is working. I won't repeat all my introductory remarks at the start of the inquiry. They're available to see on the DPEA webcasting sites for the 24th of May. Before we dive into today's business, are there any other or procedural points anyone wants to raise at this stage?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, sir. It might be appropriate for me to provide an update on the list of questions from Mr. Rees.
Yeah.
The time yesterday proved very useful, and a list of questions has now been prepared by, or not a request, but some proposed revisals to the list of questions received from the applicant has now been prepared, and I've spoken to Mr. McLeod and I've explained to him that will be sent this morning. I understand the hope is the applicant will be able to look at that at lunchtime, with the aim of having an agreed list of questions by the close of business this afternoon. So.
Good, that's encouraging. And that matches your understanding, Mr. McLeod?
It does, sir, yes. Obviously, I've not seen the changes to the questions, but we will do our very best to try and get agreement today.
Because I think the hope was to get these questions off to Mr. Rees tomorrow, was it? We good?
It was, sir, and I think we wanted to give you the opportunity to have a look at them as well, to see if there was anything that you wanted to add in as well.
Indeed, yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Now, I think yesterday we heard Mr. Thompson's evidence in chief, so I think the next stage is for Mr. McLeod to ask any questions he has of Mr. Thompson. So over to you then, Mr. McLeod.
Thanks, sir. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, Mr. McLeod.
In your recognition at paragraph 10, you talk about your accountabilities and the airport's responsibilities, and refer to CAP 738. And I think yesterday you also added 764, CAP 764 into that paragraph.
Yes, I did. And CAP 670 as well, which is one of the core requirements of an air navigation service provider from provision of an air traffic service. Those are some of the core documents that form part of the licensing process.
So those are certainly, they're important ones for this inquiry in the context of the objection that you have made.
Yes, indeed.
That's good. Let's then start with CAP 738, which is GPA 05.
Just bear with me till I have it, Mr. McLeod.
You've got that, good. Now, the part that I wanted to take you to first was Appendix D, which you'll find on page 65. And I think for those working with the electronic version, it should be 65 as well, I hope.
Yep.
So Appendix D is entitled Completing a Safeguarding Assessment. So that is basically what you do when you get an application for a wind farm.
Yes. But we also do safeguarding assessment for buildings from an obstacle limitation perspective. So we have a similar structures for wind farms. Yes, we do.
Yes. No, I'm simply trying to establish that this appendix is relevant to the exercise that you have undertaken to date. And I think you've confirmed it was or is. So one we probably don't need to worry too much about. We've identified the location of the development on a suitable map. 2, you've presumably done your measurements. 3, generate a safeguarding assessment form recording all relevant information, including technical safeguarding comments. Now, you've not produced any safeguarding assessment form to this inquiry.
No, I have not. I have not.
And is that because you have not produced a safeguarding assessment form at all?
We have safeguarding assessment forms that we use as part of our safeguarding process. Some are quite prescriptive in terms of the process, particularly the long-established processes for obstacle limitation safeguarding, technical safeguarding of CNS equipment, etc. Wind farm safeguarding, while not new, it follows a slightly different process within our safety management system at Prestwick. It's much more fluid, I have to say, but I have a well-structured process to carry out the safeguarding of line of sight analysis. We spoke about operational assessment yesterday, which is very much an oral process between me and the controllers, because I'm not an air traffic controller, but we have processes and I'm comfortable with the processes that we have, Mr. McLeod, to do that analysis.
Well, I think I understand the generality of the answer that you've given me there, but in terms of a yes/no answer, you have not produced a safeguarding assessment for this wind farm, have you, in written form?
I have not.
Do you produce a safeguarding assessment form in written form for any wind farm development?
The process that I go through is as detailed in my safeguarding chart GPA 22. So I have a structured process that I analyse the wind farm based on its position relative to the airfield, and with the support from my safeguarding officer and my air traffic control safeguarding officer as well, we conduct the initial line of sight analysis for every wind farm that a planning authority or the energy consents unit submit to us as a statutory consultee. We have a database. We have a database of all the process that we have gone through, all the correspondence, all the analysis work for each wind farm. So we have a database that logs every wind farm that comes through the planning process, Mr. McLeod.
And you say to, or do you say to the reporter that you've produced any relevant information from that database for this inquiry?
I haven't. I don't think I needed to, because if we go back to the original planning application paperwork that was submitted by the applicant, I think it's fair to say in the aviation assessment appendix that was submitted by the applicant with support from their aviation consultants, that we were very much aligned with the line of sight analysis that both the aviation consultant and we did in respect of the confirmation that at least 10 of the turbines would be visible. So I was content at that point, Mr. McLeod, that we were broadly aligned, that the thermal radar would see 10, possibly 11 of the turbines, but we would get into the fine discussion of that, once we get, to have a formal, once the engagement process starts properly between the airport and the developer.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to some of that in due course, but let's just continue with Appendix D for a moment. So you haven't produced the actual form as recommended by the CA in its guidance. So far as number 4 is concerned, The CA tells you to consider the potential impact of the proposal. You're just pausing there for 1 second. Well, in fact, no, let's come back to that at the end. So consider the potential impact of the proposal on all aspects of safeguarding as described in previous chapters, its acceptability, and if resulting in an infringement to the OLS/IFP or other safeguarding considerations, possible objection, or if appropriate, mitigation. So what we can see there is that there are a number of steps to go through before a final decision is taken on whether to object or not.
That's correct. That's correct.
Correct. Let's just look at them in turn then. The OLS, is that relevant here in relation to this application?
It is not. We're outside the obstacle limitation surfaces of the aerodrome with this particular application.
Okay. And so far as correct.
Sorry, I've lost your
So
comms,
IFP
Mr. McLeod.
assessment.
Your comms, Mr. McLeod.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
You can. Sorry. What I was asking, just a basic question. When it talks about IFP and an IFP assessment, that's the Instrument Flight Procedures Assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. McLeod.
Yeah. And Cirrus, for the applicants, have done an IFP assessment.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. They have presented it.
And it concludes there is no impact on IFP.
The report from Cirrus suggests there's no impact on the IFP. I am not an IFP designer. I have read the reports. In general, I conclude with the conclusions of the report, but I reserve judgment to use our contracted IFP designer to confirm the calculations that have been made by Cirrus. So in general, I would agree, but not being learned in IFP designs, Mr. McLeod, I just reserve judgment. I would like to just double check that process with our contracted IFP design team.
Well, I appreciate your limitations, and I don't intend any prejudice by that comment, but I appreciate your limitations personally. But so far as the airport's concerned, that IFP assessment has been with the airport for a number of months. It's been before this inquiry for a number of months. If there were issues with it, surely you would have raised them by now.
I would. Well, I just reserve my judgment. I'm comfortable with the report that Cirrus has provided. I would just like to confirm, fully with my IFP design provider that the findings of Cirrus are in fact, fully accurate. So nothing else in that. Nothing else.
Do you accept that it's something that you should have done as an airport before objecting? We'll just read paragraph 4 again. Consider the potential impact of the proposal on all aspects of safeguarding as described in previous chapters, its acceptability, and if resulting in an infringement to the OLS IFP, possible objection. So should you not have considered whether it resulted in an infringement of the IFP before objecting?
Well, I think we did, but again, I refer back to the applicant's aviation assessment as part of the original submission that I downloaded from the ECU portal, and there were initial IFP assessment work done with Cirrus at that point, suggesting that there wouldn't be an IFP infringement associated with Clauchrie. So again, I was satisfied at that point that I was comfortable that it would be unlikely to be a significant IFP issue associated with Clauchrie.
Okay, well, we'll leave that point there. I think we've touched on this already, but when it talks about a possible objection, I think you're agreed that it is not automatic. That in other words, line of sight does not automatically result in an objection. There is a need to consider, as they say, infringement on OLS IFP or other safeguarding considerations. So those are the matters that need to be taken into account before you decide whether to object or not.
Correct.
Great. Let's then have a look at what else CAP 738 tells us about the process. And if you could go please to paragraph 3.2. And that's on page 22, sorry.
Paragraph, sorry.
Paragraph 3.2.
Yeah, I have it.
And again, this is a description.
Yeah, I have it.
You've got it. Just check the reporter has that as well. Yeah. So 3.2 is a description of the safeguarding assessment. There are some more words here, but it probably doesn't tell us much more about the process that we need to go through. So if we look at it, the safeguarding assessment should include as a minimum the impact of the development or change of use. Again, the impact that any development may have on the IFPs, impact it might have on obstacle-induced turbulence, affecting performance of navigation aids, etc. But it doesn't, would you agree that it doesn't really tell us very much about the detail of the assessment that you need to do?
Yeah, it's quite high level. I would agree. It's quite high level.
Yeah, it tells you the things you need to consider. And if you flip over the page to page 24, you'll be able to see a flow chart, which paragraph 3.7 tells us indicates the safeguarding process, and which complements the safeguarding process shown above in figure 1, which is a more generic flow chart, I think. But figure 2, just so we get this right, we start in the middle with the green box, complete safeguarding assessment, including safeguarding of any navigational equipment, including IFPs.
Yep.
If the development falls below the OLS or IFP, you go to the right. And that's, the evidence suggests that that's what we should be doing here, yes?
Correct.
We then go down to the next box, which says, are there any issues other than height to address? And we have either yes or no. If yes, you have to address your concerns on the grounds of safety or recommending conditions. Now, I think where we ended up was in that red box as far as this application is concerned.
Yes, in respect of visible turbines from the proposed development in respect of the visibility to the Prestwick primary radars.
Yes. Now, what that says is, address your concerns on the grounds of safety or recommending conditions. You recommended conditions, but did you consider safety issues?
Well, yes, I think we do. It's well known, and I think it's accepted by everyone that visible turbines result in the generation of clutter on a radar display within line of sight. So by that very definition, that is a safety issue that should be considered.
Well, it's an issue that requires consideration of safety. I certainly agree with that. It's visibility of turbines on a radar certainly requires an assessment of safety. But what I'm trying to understand is, do you take the position that simply because turbines appear on a radar there is an automatic safety issue that requires mitigation?
Absolutely not. That's why I need to consult with the operational team for their inputs in respect of what's the implications from an operational perspective.
Yes. And that consultation, as we've seen from Appendix D, should lead to the production of a safeguarding assessment form that sets out clearly what the issues of concern are, shouldn't it?
Not automatically, and it really depends on the internal processes each organisation have. I'm content with the process that I have, is that not being an air traffic controller, I automatically need to have those conversations with the operational team. We go through that process, and I think that's reflected in our initial objection that we submitted to the ECU on the 19th of March, 2020.
Yeah. Well, let's come on and have a look at what some of the other CAA documents say about this issue, and it's a theme that I think we'll probably return to a couple of times as we look at some of the other guidance documents. Actually, sorry, one point just before we do, and again just before we finish with this document, CAP 738, we haven't looked at Appendix A yet, and that's the one about wind turbine safeguarding maps. And that's on page 60.
Page 60. Yes, I have it, sir.
Yeah. And that, yeah. Paragraph 1 says that in addition to the normal safeguarding map, officially safeguarded airdromes also promulgate wind turbine safeguarding maps, which are based on the Airdrome Reference Point, ARP, cover a 30-kilometre radius. How far away from the ARP is Clauchrie?
Is 20 nautical miles, which is further than 30 kilometres.
Further than 30, yeah. As a generality, the fact that the CAA identifies a wind turbine safeguarding distance of 30 kilometres, that suggests that turbines within 30 kilometres may be more important than those outside 30 kilometres, as a general point.
I would accept that on a general point.
Yes. And it's therefore necessary in determining the significance of one of those less important wind farms to have robust evidence as to what its impact might be.
That's fair to say, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Let's then have a look at CAP 764, which you mentioned in your evidence yesterday, and that's document CD 9.4.
Yeah, I have it, Mr. McLeod.
And again, hopefully it should be easy for everybody to find the references, because I think this is one of the CAA documents that uses page numbers throughout. Some of them, it gets a bit more challenging as we go on, but we'll see how we go. So if we start, please, with paragraph 2.2, and that's on page 20.
Yes, I have it, Mr. McLeod.
Yeah. Actually, chapter 2. And 2.2, this chapter aims to provide a summary of the issues that aviation stakeholders should consider when assessing the impact of proposed wind turbine development, not intended to be exhaustive because local circumstances may raise issues that are unique to a specific case. For this reason, local airdrome operator, ANSP and ATS providers may be best qualified to interpret what its impact might be. And presumably that's your position, that you are you are best qualified to determine what the impact might be.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Reading on though, the CAA's guidance is that, however, they, i.e. you, must demonstrate a thorough assessment of how it will affect the safety, efficiency, and flexibility of their specific operations. And as we've agreed, robust evidence may be required. So what this is saying is, although you might be best placed to interpret impact, you have to demonstrate it robustly and clearly, because others will have an interest in the issues that the process raises.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Then if we could turn please to 2.36. And that's on page 27.
Yep.
Under the heading Air Traffic Services, where an ANSP determines that it's likely that a planned wind turbine development would result in any of the above effects, and there's a number listed in the chapter below that we can come back to if need be, any of the above effects on their CNS infrastructure, this may not in itself be sufficient reason to justify grounds for rejection of the planning application. Again, it's telling us that clutter, visibility on the radar, may not be sufficient grounds to object.
In isolation, I'll accept that statement, but again, I refer to my original objection, where on discussions with the operational team, they were concerned about the position of the wind farm relative to areas where they have for many years provided an air traffic service. So I was content at that point, Mr. MacLeod, and I rely fully on my air traffic team who work that airspace on a day-to-day basis. They actually do their role on a day-to-day basis. So they are best placed to advise me that there is air traffic movement in the vicinity of the proposed development. Now, these are professional people. I fully respect their judgment, and I would never challenge it from an air traffic operational perspective.
Do you accept that the applicant has been asking for evidence of traffic patterns and evidence of potential safety issues since the time that you objected to this application?
I accept that. My response to that is, again, if you'd refer to my safeguarding process, once the initial objection goes in from the airport, normal activity after that is we get detailed engagement with the developer and we talk through the aviation issues that we have originally objected to. In this particular application, that didn't happen, which is surprising in my respect, is because if I cast my mind back to the January of 2020, where I had a very productive meeting with Ms. Mackenzie and some of the project leads for some of your portfolio wind farms in and around the airfields. A very productive meeting, and I took the guys round the operational areas and showed the new equipment that was being installed. So that was, we had a long relationship with the applicant, and we were, I'd like to say, a long, good relationship with the applicant. So that's just to put a sort of background to it. But when we submitted our original objection in late March 2020, I was hoping by mid-April that normal engagement would start with the developer as it does with all the other developers that I'm currently working with. To sort of coin a phrase, it then was radio silence until late July, when I first received some formal response from the developer, which was a pretty strong rebuttal of our objection. So there was 4 months lost, in my view, of dialogue, and that would have helped, I think, Mr. MacLeod. I think we would have had that opportunity if we'd taken the time to have that opportunity to have some discussions. It's, in many ways, it would have sort of reduced the temperature on this particular development. I recall in and around July through to October, I was extremely busy with other activities. I was organising upgraded work on the Terma. We were doing commissioning flight trials work on the Terma in that period. But also from this perspective is that I was actually working with another 11 developers who actually had accepted our safeguarding process. Between those 11 developers, organising baseline flight trials, as well as assessment processes. So extremely busy, and it took us a little bit of time to formally respond to that formal rebuttal. And I think from recollection by that point, the whole application had been referred to the DPEA. So yes, it's been an unusual journey last year with this particular applicant. It doesn't normally happen this way. The previous good relationship with the applicant, I would like to get back to that place, but we are where we are today, sort of thing. So we will just hope, as a consequence of this inquiry, we can get back to that normal relationship that I've had with the applicant for many years.
I've got no doubt that the applicant wants to continue to have a good relationship with Glasgow Prestwick, but do you accept that any good relationship is one built on trust and openness?
Absolutely.
And if one party in an existing good relationship asks for the other party to provide something to show that that other party is right, perfectly reasonable request, first of all. Do you accept that?
I do accept that. And just to sort of ensure that there's no misconception on that process, I'm more than happy to share that information. It's an unusual request from a developer, and I would like to have that discussion, and we can share that process. But if I cast back to my previous answer, is that when I received that request in late July, it had already been rather 4 months since we actually put our original objection in, and we had no correspondence from the developer, which is unusual. And as I said, at that particular period, I was extremely busy. I had 11 other developers who were comfortable to go through our process, as well as organising commissioning flight trials and upgrades to the Turbo radar. So no reasons for me even to suggest I wouldn't share that information. I'm happy to. As I said, it's an unusual request. The developer has never requested it before, but I would like to work with the applicant to see how best we can share that information.
Well, you say that you think it's an unusual request and no developer has ever asked to see it before. There might be reasons why no developer has asked to see it before. First reason might be that the developer accepts that there would be an impact that needs to be mitigated, an operational impact that needed to be mitigated. You accept that?
I say yes, I would. That's a perfectly reasoned suggestion.
And the second reason is that a developer may not want to have to go through the process of having Prestwick maintain an objection and potentially end up in a process such as this. that would be a commercial decision that a developer might take, regardless of its position on operational impact, mightn't it?
They may, yes, I can't deny that.
And in a situation where a developer, advised by experts, is told that there is not going to be an operational impact, their request for the assessment that you've undertaken is also perfectly reasonable, isn't it?
I would accept that as well.
And standing, the other issues that you have to deal with, I appreciate you will be very busy with many issues. Being busy is not an excuse for failing to produce a safeguarding assessment that the CAA tells us should be done at the very outset of the process, is it?
We had already made our operational assessment as part of our initial response in March 2020. I was satisfied with the operational impact assessment that my operational team had provided me with. My initial analysis works suggested that we would, in concurrence with what the Cirrus initial assessment confirmed, at least 10 of those turbines were visible to our primary radars. So I was content that, in fact, I am still content that we have both an operational and a technical impact on if this development goes ahead.
Okay. Well, again, we'll return to this issue when we look at one of the other CAA documents in a moment or two. But just sticking with CAP 764 for the moment. Paragraph 2.37, and I think this was touched on yesterday, where possible, it can be beneficial for the ANSP to record or plot real traffic patterns over a period of time using the radar, and to use this to identify the prevalent traffic patterns. This can be compared to the location of the proposed wind turbine development. Now, just exploring for a moment the purpose of that. The purpose of that suggestion is so that you understand the likelihood of air traffic being in the vicinity of the proposed turbines, isn't it?
That's correct.
The developer asked you, my clients asked you for that information back in July, but never got a response. And I think your answer yesterday may have been that it's quite a complicated or laborious process to go through to produce that. Is that right?
It's not straightforward. It takes a couple of days' work to sort of pull it together. It's not overly onerous. No, I accept that sort of thing, but it's not something that I can just, produce, very quickly.
Does it involve simply downloading some data onto an appropriate drive and passing it to the developer?
It's, in simplistic terms, yes. When discussing with my air traffic engineering manager, his response to me was, I will need a couple of days to pull that together, which is perfectly reasonable. So I refer to my previous statements is that please be assured I am not willing to share this information. All I'm saying is that we lost 4 months worth of ability to have a conversation on that, and in many ways design a simple operational trial in many ways, where instead of having to trawl through 1 terabytes worth of data, we could have had a log of activities, an agreed log, where we could have time-stamped the data when aircraft were in the vicinity of the proposed development, And that would have reduced the requirement for as much data to be collected. We could actually have done that collaboratively between ourselves and the developer. And we missed that opportunity during that 4 months of what I termed radio silence. I would have been more than happy to go through that process with the developer during that 4-month process. During that 4-month radio silence period. More than happy to have those discussions. If we had engagement post our initial 19th of March initial objection to the development.
Would that engagement have required the developer to enter into a wind farm mitigation services agreement at that stage?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, let's just come back to the couple of days. So you approached you got the request in, you approached one of your technical colleagues, you asked, can this be done? He said, I'll need a couple of days to do it. Was he saying that he would need to work, 2 full man days to do it? Or was he simply saying, I've got a bit on at the moment, I'll get back to you in a couple of days? You recognise the difference?
Yes, I recognise the difference, and absolutely. Yes, we were extremely busy at that point, Mr. MacLeod, and on recollection, it may have just slipped our mind. There's no other reason, there's no sinister reason, that please be assured of that process, is that we were really busy with other developers and the upgrades to our radar at that particular time. So I just want to make that perfectly sort of clear as part of this process, is that the airport were comfortable and still remain comfortable to provide that information. Unusual request, but I would like to have that. I really would like to have that dialogue with the applicant.
Well, you say it's an unusual request, but the CAA, in a document that you say that you adhere to, it makes it clear that it can be beneficial for you to produce that information, doesn't it?
Yes, and I don't dispute that, Mr. MacLeod. It's just, it's the first time any developer has requested this information. So to say it happens regularly, it does not. The only real requirement for providing recordings is through the CA transcription unit, which is when we have a process we go through when we are submitting recordings in respect of incidents that the CA wish to look at the radar recordings for. So that we have a standard process for that. But that's an encrypted process that we would share that with an encryption key with the CA for obvious reasons of protecting any evidence should that incident go further.
Okay. Just touching again on the busyness point, and the reporter, I think, will understand what was going on round about that point in time. You were engaging with a number of developers who were willing to take forward the mitigation services agreement. Would it be fair to say that you prioritised engagement with them over dealing with the applicant, because the applicant had objected and would ultimately have to come to the table at some point, in your view?
Oh, I think that's a generalisation, and I can't accept that that was the case. The developers that we were engaging with, the bulk of them were not at that point having signed a mitigation service agreement. The bulk of developers at that point were engaging after our initial objection. So the period where, unfortunately, in this particular position, where there was the 4 months worth of radio silence, that's unusual, and that does not normally happen. Many of those developers are at the same stage as Clauchrie are in the planning application consent process. So we did not, absolutely not, prioritise any other developer in respect of the applicant. they had engaged in the process, and it's as simple as that. No, we were quite comfortable to engage with them.
Okay. Moving on then, in CAP 764, paragraph 2.38, and again, this is guidance for you. When examining the effects of wind turbines on ATS, particular attention should be paid to the following. And there's then a list of 13 points listed over the page. Again, there is no evidence before the inquiry of how you assessed the impact of, or the effects, potential effects of the wind turbines on these matters, is there?
That was the process that I went through with our operational team ahead of submitting the original objection. In terms of the detail of that, I think I'll leave that to my air traffic colleagues, who will be able to give a better insight to the process that we went through ahead of the initial objection on the 19th of March.
Okay. And then just in 239, factors such as the type of radar service being applied and the airspace classification must also be considered when trying to assess the adverse impact of wind turbine effects. That, in essence, is saying it is not a one-size-fits-all approach.
To McLeod, but again, I refer to my previous answer, is that we went through that operational assessment process ahead of our initial submission, and the conclusion was it did have an operational impact. I will leave my ATC operational team and experts to give more detail on that. I accepted the operational assessment that the qualified air traffic team provided to me. And why would I not? And they're professional people. They work that airspace 8 hours a day, every day, 365, for many, many years. These guys know the traffic. They know the routes.
So far as the 22, maybe 21 actually.
Sorry, sir. Two dots.
Mr. McLeod, I think you cut out there for a moment, Mr. McLeod. So if you just want to give us that reference again.
Sorry, sir, certainly. It was the GPA airspace change proposal, which I think is GPA. I had it as 22, but it may not be.
Yes.
CD911?
CD9. Yeah.
Yeah, CD 9.11, I think.
Yes, I have it, Mr. McLeod.
Great. And we've looked at this before, but figure 3, which is on page 9.
Excuse me. Do not seem to have page 9 in this document. Can you just bear with me, Mr. McLeod?
If you look, it's in section 3. I'll maybe try and help you navigate to it, no pun intended. Section 3 is current airspace, if you can find any of the paragraphs numbered 3.
Sir, if I could intervene at this point to point out, Mr. Thompson's in a separate room. He doesn't have the document, but we'll get a copy. Well, he's got the document of the map, but we'll get a copy of the map for him.
Very helpful, thank you.
I have the document, Mr. McLeod, but I can't seem to find figure 3 for some reason.
Well, we could do it. I don't know if you've got figure 4 and figure 5.
So, sir, it's just been taken to him at the moment.
Okay,
That's
that's fine.
just this very moment in the room handing it to him.
Oh. Thank you. I have a copy now, Mr. McLeod. Apologies for that. I have a document.
No. Not at all. I have the same problem myself sometimes. So figure 3 is the current arrival and departure traffic patterns at Glasgow Prestwick, and that's from 2017.
Yes, it is.
Yes. And that is the best evidence that the inquiry has as to what traffic patterns what traffic patterns are at the airport.
Overall, yes. However, I would refer to some of the videos that we've posted, and my air traffic colleagues will have the opportunity to show those videos where it does show arrivals routing in the vicinity of the proposed development.
Yes. Now those are specific videos for specific times on specific days, but just again, so we understand what figure 3 is showing. Look back, please, to paragraph 3.2.
Yes, I have it.
And you'll see there that the figures, the one that we've been looking at a moment ago, that show the density of flight paths around GPA taken from 15 days of flight data in the summer of 2016. These give a good geographical indication of where the main concentration of flights currently occur. Now, this was a document that I think you were involved in preparing.
No, I was not involved in preparing it. I oversaw the process. This document was prepared by our contracted provider who actually did the bulk of the work for the ACP in consultation with my air traffic team.
Okay, understood. But the purpose of this document was to give evidence to the CAA on, as it says, where the main concentrations of flights currently occur. So it was trying to demonstrate from a wide source of evidence, sorry, let me put it to you a different way. Your contracted consultants felt that 15 days was adequate to give an appropriate picture of what flight patterns in the area were. Agreed?
Agreed.
And having done that, what we can see is that, well, again, you understand where the Clauchrie wind farm is in relation to
I
these
have
flight patterns.
I have a good idea where it is in respect of the heat map.
So I think we, with Mr. Wiley yesterday, we looked at the large word Carrick. Just underneath the sea of Carrick, there is another few words which are Carrick Forest. And I think Mr. Wiley's evidence was that the northernmost turbine for Clauchrie would be somewhere below that. To accept that.
I did not hear Mr. Wiley's evidence yesterday, so I can't confirm that. I don't dispute it in any way, sort of thing. But again, I think your questioning on this area is better passed to my air traffic representative and our air traffic expert.
Okay, well, I may come back to them with that then. Let's come on to GPA 22, which is your wind farm primary radar safeguarding assessment process.
Thank you. Yep. I have it. Mr. McLeod.
Yep. Just check the reporter has that. Yeah. And we'll take this fairly quickly, I think. And I don't want to go through all of it with you because clearly there are some bits that are technical and there will be other witnesses who may speak to that. But we have step 1, planning application consultation. Step 2, conduct radar line of sight analysis. Step 3, are turbines visible to primary radar? If they are, you object. Now, nowhere in this does it suggest that you undertake an operational impact assessment, does it?
I think I explained that in my core evidence yesterday to Mr. Brown. That operational assessment is part of the overall process. This simple flowchart explains the technical areas associated with me discharging my duties as the accountable manager for the safe provision of air traffic service in the airspace in the vicinity of the airport.
Yes, but I think we've seen from some of the documents already that in discharging those duties, it's not sufficient to simply consider whether the turbines can be seen. There is another level of assessment that is required, and I think you've accepted that.
Yes, and I also would like to say I also need evidence before I would remove my objection to a development. And this process I've presented to the inquiry here is a mechanism for me to get the evidence I need before I will remove my objection to a wind farm that through an operational assessment has been identified as having an impact on our air traffic provision at the airport.
Yeah. Again, common theme, I'm afraid, Mr. Thompson. That operational assessment is not in front of this inquiry, is it?
The process went through, as I explained yesterday, as part of the initial review of the initial planning documentation that was submitted. I had that consultation with my operational team, and that's reflected in the wording of the submission that I submitted to the Energy Consent Unit on the 19th of March 2020.
But you understand that objection was rebutted thoroughly by Cirrus, and that part of that rebuttal continued to request information on the safety issue that apparently exists.
Yes, and the rebuttal to our objection that we received on the 29th of March, we have responded thoroughly to in our response to that rebuttal, which we did in November last year, which was document CD 9.23.
But the one point, yes, I mean, I fully appreciate there has been an exchange of views on this. But a consistent theme from the applicant is the need to understand the safety case or the safety issue that you say may exist. And for whatever reason, you have consistently failed to produce any evidence of safety impact, haven't you?
Well, I wouldn't accept that, Mr. McLeod. As I explained in some of my previous responses, sort of thing, we are processes that we have to go through to allow me to discharge my safety accountabilities. We lost some opportunities last year between both the applicant and ourselves to have that proper engagement. There is still that opportunity to have that proper engagement. So I don't accept your premise in that respect.
Okay. So I understand you say that there's a process that's been gone through. But if the reporter is looking for the output from that process, where should he look? Is that your objection?
That is the initial objection. The evidence that I need as the person the CAA have appointed as the accountable manager, or the airport has appointed as the accountable manager for airspace, that I am named as part of that license process. The process that I need for me to get the evidence to allow me to remove the airport's objection to the development is contained in GPA 22. We're not at that point yet, Mr. McLeod, because we haven't really had proper dialogue between both parties.
Yeah, but well, let's just look at GPA 22 again. We've looked, I think, at the first 4 steps, including initial planning objection. We then have step 5, engage with developer. Now, whether you feel it was an engagement that you were used to, let's put it that way, given your relationship with other developers and indeed with the applicant. The developer did engage in some way by responding to your objection. Do you accept that?
Well, definition of engagement for me is actually having proper dialogue between parties. That response we got from the applicant, via the service rebuttal, was not what I would deem normal engagement process when we have these initial objections. It's very unusual, extremely unusual in many ways.
I understand that, but Cirrus were saying, and the applicants were saying, you've objected and we don't understand why. We don't think that there's an issue here. And that's clear from the terms of the rebuttal. And your response to that was further technical rebuttal referring to CAA documents. It didn't provide any evidence to the developer of the underlying concerns that you say you have. Do you accept that?
No, I don't accept that, Mr. McLeod. Our process is our process that we go through, that vast, if not all, the developers, with the exception of this applicant, are comfortable to go through. We, unfortunately, for whatever reasons, did not have proper dialogue and engagement over the summer of 2020. The rebuttal from Cirrus did not change our views on the operational impact of the applicant's wind farm. The response to that rebuttal was very much focused on our position, and the relevant extracts from the myriad of CAP documents which confirm to us that we need concrete evidence before we will remove our aviation objection. This flowchart gives me, as the accountable manager for the safety of the airspace in and around Prestwick, that evidence before I remove the airport's objection to the development. We haven't got that data yet, Mr. McLeod. There is still an opportunity to get that data, but we're not at that stage yet.
So when you say there's still an opportunity for you to get that data, is it your evidence to this inquiry that it's for the applicant to produce data rather than for the airport to consider existing data as a first step?
The evidence I need is as detailed in GPA 22.
Sorry, you've broken up there.
After engagement, which is...
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, I beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon, Mr. Thompson. You broke up there just as you started your answer.
Oh, apologies.
No. So the question again was, is it your position to the inquiry that it's for the applicant to produce data rather than for you to consider existing data before you decide whether to object?
The airport's view is we don't have sufficient data at the moment to consider removing our objection to this wind farm. The process I have identified in GPA 22 is the mechanism that will allow me to have that data presented to me as the person responsible for the airspace, for the safety of the airspace, to allow me to ultimately make a decision in respect of whether we can accept or not the applicant's development in the area where we provide an air traffic service.
And this you say is all driven by safety concerns?
Correct.
Okay.
That is my,
Let's look then.
that is my core role.
Understood. So let's then look at what safety actually is. And if you could turn next, please, to CAP 670, which is document CD 9.3.
Yeah, I have it. Just bear with me. Yeah, I have it in front of me, Mr. McLaren.
Okay. And this is a more challenging document because this is the one that it doesn't follow the numerical pages throughout. I wanted to have a look first of all at SUR 13, and I'm terribly sorry, I don't think I've actually got an electronic page number for it. I know you're working from a hard copy like I am.
Yes, I've got it.
Just,
yes, I've got it. SUR 13.
The easiest way I can describe it is it's towards the very end of the document. It's probably about 30 pages from the end.
Yep, I have it, Mr. McLaren.
I'm told it might be around page 482 for those who are using the electronic version. Thank you.
Yes, I found it too.
And it was the appendix that I wanted to start with, which comes a few pages later. And it's a fairly simple point.
Just bear with me, Mr. McLaren, to get to the appendix.
The main part of the SUR is about 13, I think it's 13 pages long, and then the appendix follows just straight on from that afterwards.
Yes, I've got page 1, appendix A to SUR 13 in front of me now. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So this is in a section headed Guidance on Wind Farm Mitigation Techniques. It sets out the general concerns that aviation has with wind turbines. And then in 13A5, it says ANSPs are responsible for assessing the safety impact of wind turbines on all aspects of ATM operations to ensure the validity of their overall safety argument. And I wanted to go back to what some of those terms mean, which requires us to go all the way.
Could you give me that paragraph reference again, please?
Yeah, certainly. So it's SUR 13A.5.
0.5.
It's a fairly simple point, and I'm beginning to regret having forced you to go to this document because I really just wanted to put my question in context. So 13A5 says ANSPs are responsible for assessing the safety impact of wind turbines on all aspects of ATM operations to ensure the validity of their overall safety argument. So I suppose in general terms, what we're talking about here is what needs to be done in order to understand what the safety implications of something would be.
Yeah, I would accept that premise.
Great, okay. Let's then flip all the way back to the beginning of the document and to the definitions. And we'll start at page 13.
Yep, I have it in front of me, Mr. McClure.
Okay. So the first definition that I wanted to look at was safety, and we've heard about the importance of safety in the context of this inquiry.
Yes. Yes.
You'll see there that the definition that the CAA gives to safety is freedom from unacceptable risk of harm. So it's not freedom from harm or risk of harm, it's unacceptable risk of harm. Do you accept that that requires a qualitative judgment to be exercised?
Mr. McLeod, I've got lost in this document again. Are we looking at page 13 of SUR 13?
My apologies, sir. It's back to the very beginning of the document itself. I'm sorry about that. So it's probably about page electronic page 38, I'm told.
Thank you.
Sorry, as I said, I regretted taking people to the annex. I probably should have just put the point and then come to the definitions, but we're here now. So safety, Mr. Thompson, we see as freedom from unacceptable risk of harm. So safety is not just freedom from harm. It's not just freedom from risk of harm. It's freedom from unacceptable risk of harm. And my point to you was that requires a qualitative judgment to be exercised.
It also, in my view, requires quantitative evidence to be presented to make that overall judgment.
Well, you're one step ahead of me because that's where we were going next. One of the terms or one of the words that's used in that definition is risk. And you'll see further up the page that risk is the combination of the probability or frequency of occurrence of a defined hazard and the magnitude of the consequences of the occurrence. Now, I suppose just before we get into the detail of that, let's just talk firstly about what the hazard is in this case. The hazard, as I understand it, is the possibility that because of the turbines, two planes collide.
Broadly, I would accept that as the starting point for this conversation.
Well, in fairness to you, is there anything else? I want to be quite clear about this. Is there anything else that you say the reporter needs to be concerned about?
That's the scenario that we are all trying to avoid for obvious reasons, if safety is your fundamental premise.
Okay. So anything else there then in terms of the hazard? And I'm not, well, I do want to put you on the spot, obviously, but take your time because it is an important point for the purposes of this inquiry. The defined hazard, I think we're agreed on, the defined hazard that the reporter needs to concern himself with here is the possibility of two planes colliding as a result of the impact of the wind farm.
That's one of the hazards that we need to consider. Other hazards are obviously loss of separation, the potential as well for an aircraft to lose its separation from another aircraft or get in close proximity to the wind farms itself. So there's many ways to define the actual hazard, and there may be a multiple of hazards, and they'll each have different risks and probabilities and consequential impacts. But if we take one particular hazard, which is the one that you've referred to, is that two aircrafts collide in the vicinity of the proposed wind farm. If we can use that as the start point of our discussion, I'm okay with that, Mr. MacLeod.
I don't want to just use it as the starting point for our discussion. I want to use it as or for the purposes of the totality of our conversation.
What?
Because the issue that I've got, just to explain why I'm pressing you on this, you say that an operational impact assessment was undertaken. We have not seen that operational impact assessment. We are now looking at the issue of safety and risk, and those terms require a defined hazard to be considered. And what I'm trying to understand is, what is the defined hazard that you considered during your operational impact assessment?
We considered many hazards in respect of aircraft movements in the vicinity of the proposed wind farm. Those were discussed. The one you mentioned was discussed as well, sort of thing, but there are many other hazards that are probably best articulated with our air traffic colleagues, who could give a more specific answer than I can. But we did consider many hazards, operational hazards, associated with the proposed wind farm in respect of areas of air traffic, of airspace that we provide an air traffic service on in and around the wind farm.
Could we, excuse me, could we agree that the defined hazard that you're concerned with, you as in the airport, whether it relates to an actual collision between two planes or not, it relates to two planes being in close proximity to one another? Would that be a fairer way to put it?
That's a hazard that we did and we will continue to consider as part of this application. Yes.
Yes. So for the purposes of this inquiry, content to accept that the defined hazard is two planes being in close proximity to one another as a result of the clutter caused by Clauchrie.
For the purposes of the inquiry, we will settle on that. But as I said previously, there are many other hazards that the controller has to consider when he is providing an air traffic service in that area. But for the purposes of the inquiry, let's both agree on that being the particular hazard that we are discussing at this point.
That's the point of relevance for the reporter in this inquiry, so far as clutter is concerned, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's fair to say.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think we understand what the magnitude of the consequences of the occurrence, particularly if we're talking about the collision. We understand what the magnitude is.
Yeah.
It is clearly very severe. But look at the first point of that, Mr. Thompson. When assessing risk, we need to consider the probability or frequency of occurrence of that defined hazard. Now, where do we see the evidence of that?
In response to that one, again, it's quite a straightforward response. We went through that risk assessment process, and even if we accept that there's a low usage of that airspace, which we are not accepting at this stage, but even if we accepted that there was a low use of that airspace, the impact that we've discussed is extremely high. So for all of us who have done risk assessment processes, low frequency and high impact still leaves you with a significant residual risk. And that residual risk, in our view, still requires to be mitigated.
Yes, but you know, I think everybody will understand the way that risk assessment works in general terms, in terms of low versus high and severity of effect and so on. But what I'm interested in here is what analysis did you do as to the combination of the probability or frequency of the occurrence here? You've told us about the general considerations that were taken into account, but what data did you look at to consider the probability or frequency of occurrence in the context of risk?
These conversations were had with the ATC operational team, who also understand the process of risk assessment. Irrespective of, it could even just be one movement in that particular area. The impact is extremely high of that type of collision. So you're always going to have a residual risk, Mr. McLeod, that needs to be mitigated in that respect. For this particular scenario, or this particular hazard that you're presenting to me here.
Well, the evidence before this inquiry, your evidence in the form of the ACP, is that in 2017, there were less than, well, sorry, I nearly said something I shouldn't have. The evidence that you've produced to this inquiry shows that in 2017, for a representative period, there were no flights over Clauchrie.
That heat map, I don't think confirms that. My discussions with the operational team confirmed to me that that airspace was on occasion utilised and air traffic service was provided to that. I think the video that we showed previously during the inquiry this week confirmed that we actually do have aircraft in the vicinity of the proposed development. If you do the simple process then in terms of, even if it's just 1 or 2 movements a week, when you're talking about the safety or the potential for a collision between 2 aircraft and the horrifying consequences of that, even if we only had 1 or 2 movements per month, the horrifying consequences are high impact. So simple risk assessment process tells you you will still have a medium potentially to high risk. And that medium potential to high risk still requires further mitigation.
But to be clear, we're not simply talking about 1 to 2 movements per week in the vicinity of, or in fact, over Clauchrie. We're not simply talking about that. We're talking about the combination of 1 to 2 movements over Clauchrie and another plane being in the vicinity of that. What consideration have you given to the interaction between those 2 independent factors?
That was the particular risk that we considered as part of our operational assessment processes. One of the particular risks that we considered as, it was one of the particular risks we considered as part of that operational process was the consequences of 2 aircraft colliding, because the controller's ability to discriminate between the 2 of them with the clutter would make that scenario possible. So I go back to my previous answer, Mr. McLeod, is that there is still a consistent residual risk and it needs to be mitigated. That's basic standard risk assessment process.
Well, Mr. Thompson, I think what I've taken from your evidence is that you think that the consequences of the hazard are so severe that the probability really doesn't matter. That's your approach, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't fully accept that statement. We, from the operational assessment and the feedback from the operational team, is we provide an air traffic service in that area. Whether it's on a regular basis, I will let our operational colleagues explain that one, but we do provide, on occasion, not infrequently to the point where it's one every 2 years, we do on occasion provide an air traffic service in that area. The consequences, as we spoke about, will always be high. So you're always going to be left with a significant residual risk that needs to be mitigated.
Okay, well, I think we've got your evidence on that. I wanted to turn finally on this document, or this part of the document anyway, to the definition of mitigation, which is a couple of pages before. It's on numbered page 10.
Yes, I have it, Mr. McConnell.
And you'll see there that mitigation is steps taken to control or prevent a hazard from causing harm and reduce risk to a tolerable or acceptable level. Again, just looking at some different aspects of that. Firstly, mitigation is not about removing all risk.
Accept that, yep.
It's removing it to a tolerable or acceptable level. And that requires both a quantitative and qualitative judgment.
Correct.
Now, your approach to mitigation, as I understand it, is if there is a risk, if there is a risk, then the mitigation that's required is we must remove all clutter from the radar.
We have the capability to remove clutter now from the radar displays, but that judgment will be made on input from our ATC operational team in terms of the significance of that airspace in terms of the air traffic service they provide in that area. The evidence I need to discharge my accountabilities is quantitative evidence in terms of the ability for us to remove that clutter, and I need the evidence from some assessment work and also some trials work to give me sufficient data to allow me to consider either accepting that situation or addressing the mitigation, addressing the residual risk in a manner that we can now do using the technology that we're currently deploying to remove the risk as low as reasonably practical. And removing that clutter in that area is, depending on what the operational team says, the significance of that area is the correct thing to do. But I need that evidence, Mr. McLeod, and that's the process I've described in GPA 22. That gives me the confidence, reviewing that data, that when I have these robust discussions with the regulator, when he questions, the reasons why I either removed my objection or not to a particular development, and it includes wind farms and other things as well, I have sufficient quantitative data to allow me to have those discussions, and I think I've probably said all I need to say in that respect.
That's fine. And I think maybe just one point of clarification on when you were talking about quantitative data there, is that to do with PD reduction factors and so on?
That's to do with, yes, it's the probability of detection of an aircraft in that particular volume of airspace above the proposed development.
Okay. Well, you'll be pleased to hear that that's for someone else for another day. So we don't need to get into that this morning. I wanted to look next.
Mr. McLeod, would this be a suitable point for a short break if you're moving on to a new?
It probably would, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do that then, and come back at 11:10, please.
You may be muted, sir.
Quite right, I am. I was. Mr. McLeod, you're with us, and Mr. Thompson. So if you'd like to continue with your questions, then please, Mr. McLeod.
Thanks, sir. Yes, Mr. Thompson. The next place that I wanted to have, or next thing I wanted to have a look at was GPA 21, which is the maps that were produced. You remember those ones with the different layers?
Yeah, just bear with me, Mr.
Sure thing.
Yep, I have it in front of me, Mr. McLeod.
Okay. And I'll just check that the reporter's got that too.
There's a number of GPA 21 maps. Is it 21F? The all layers?
Yeah, well, actually, I wanted to have a look at, I'll just tell you now, actually, I wanted to have a look at the all layers and then layer 1, layer 2. In fact, I wanted to look at all of them. But starting with layer 5.
I have layer 5 in front of me. I don't have layer 1 in front of me, but if we can start with layer 5 or all layers, Mr. McLeod, I'm happy to start with that.
Yeah.
Happy to start with that.
Let's do that. And we might be able to work it. Well, yeah, I would quite like you to have layer 1 as well, if maybe Ms. Cornelius could pass you a copy when it's convenient. But if we start, I mean, I think we all understand what GPA 21 is. It's, in essence, it's a map that shows the airport's airspace and a number of wind turbines which have been built, consented, are in the planning process, or may come to the planning process in the not too distant future.
Yes, that's correct. It was an illustration to help the inquiry of the developments that are in the planning process that are visible to the Prestwick primary radar in and around the airport. There are obviously many other developments that are not within line of sight of the airfield's primary radar, but we do still have some assessment processes that we need to go through to assess them as well. But for the benefit, for the purposes of the inquiry, this is all the visible turbines in the planning process.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, for the purposes of the operational impact assessment that you undertook, which of the turbines on the layer 5 map, what did you take into account? Or if there's an easier way to answer that question, then just tell me, if it's, I took into account all of them apart from that one because that one came later.
It's only those that are currently constructed is where we took our assessment from. It's effectively layer 1.
Layer 1. Well, let's look at that then. So your operational impact assessment in 2020 took account of those on layer 1, which include Hadyard Hill, Dersalach, Afton, and Harehill Extension.
Yes, we did. In particular, the wind farm in and around the clutter not associated with Hadyard Hill.
Yes. And then if we flip on to layer 2, relatively few on that one. There's just the South Kyle and the Windy Rig wind farms.
That's correct.
Those are under construction, but you didn't take them into account in the operational impact assessment.
We did to some extent, but the focus of our discussions was in respect to the proximity to Hadyard Hill.
And when you say you took them into account to some extent, what do you mean by that?
Well, South Kyle and Windy Rig are in areas where Norway also provides an air traffic service, and it's part of our routings to runway 30 or our departure routings from runway 12. So there was discussions on them, Mr. McLeod, but the focus was the existing clutter in respect of Haggard Hill.
Well, that's helpful. That probably cuts down some of the questions that I wanted to, or felt I needed to ask you about this. But in very basic terms, let's just go back to layer 1. So your operational impact assessment included the cumulative impact of Haggard Hill and Salach in particular. Those turbines are going to disappear from your radar screens when you switch your Terma on later this year, aren't they?
That's correct. But those wind farms have already gone through an optimization process as part of the commissioning works with the Terma radar.
Great. Okay. Can I just ask, I was going to come on to this point anyway. I mean, your evidence in chief yesterday talked about the approach with Terma, and it seems to have been a fairly extended period in totality. Just for any airport operator watching, should they assume that as standard it takes about 4 years to install a Terma radar?
No, I would not make that assumption. The Terma radar was one component of our overall wind farm radar mitigation scheme. There were many other components that were part of that process, including the MRT, including the new radar displays, including the new radar and voice recorder, and some other miscellaneous CNS equipment. So this project has been a large project. It's not just a Terma installation project, so it has taken considerable time. There's a significant safety case associated with it, Mr. McLeod. There's all the interoperability between each component of that wind farm radar mitigation scheme that all needs to be safety case assessed. There's a standard process that we go through with the CAA, that there's a compliance matrix that's a good way to sort of go through that journey. All that needs to be tested as part of that process. To answer your question, it may take 4 years. It will depend on the size of your project. It may take 2, it may take 18 months. On our particular project, it's taken us from initial sort of site civil works to where we are today, just over 4 years.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's helpful. I think I probably slightly better understand some of the particular complexities that you've had. But as we sit here today, your evidence to the inquiry is that all the hard stuff's been done and that Terma's coming into operation later this year.
That's our hope, and that will be premised on the acceptance of our safety case. We have one final component that needs to go through site acceptance testing, and then we'll be in the position that all the core components are in place, that we can do a final operational trial of the overall system to allow us to provide the final set of evidence that we will present to the regulator as part of our overall safety case.
And just in very general terms, and as I say, I don't want to get into the specific detail of it if you're not comfortable with it, but general terms, one of the issues that would need to be addressed before Terma can come into full service is an understanding of probability of detection within your airspace. Yes?
That's correct, and that's done in a wider sense as part of the commissioning flight trials.
And have those been done yet?
Yes, we have completed some commissioning flight trials we have completed the commissioning flight trials on the Terma radar.
And how's it all looking, if you can say?
It's looking good. We've got good performance right through the volume of the airspace, and we're comfortable with the upgrades that have been done to Terma, which we spoke about earlier today. We're comfortable that all the upgrades have made significant improvements in terms of performance. As I said earlier, we still have to go through a full system operational trial, which we hope to do over the summer, once the final part of the jigsaw, for want of a better word to describe it, goes through its site acceptance testing.
So just coming back to GPA 22, that was your wind farm radar safeguarding assessment process. There's I think it's step 6, and we don't necessarily need to go back to it. I'll just read you what it says. So step 6 is conduct baseline PD flight trial. Would I be right in thinking that the commissioning flight trials effectively do that job?
No, they don't. The commissioning flight trial gives you the probability of detection over the full 360, 40, 42 nautical miles. So it's quite a coarse PD value across that whole volume. What I'm specifically requesting here, because we now have the capability of doing it, because we're not looking with a coarse lens, for want of a better way to describe it, Mr. McLeod, we're looking with a very fine lens. We have the ability to look very closely in high resolution at the airspace directly above the wind farm. And we can calculate the PD value quite accurately, much more accurately than you can do when you're doing a coarse PD over full 360, 40 nautical miles.
Okay. Well, as I said, I don't want to get into too much detail. I just thought when we were chatting about the generality about it, pick that up. There will be more evidence on this in due course, I've got no doubt, and I think that we've asked for some input from Terma on that point. So we'll come back to that in a couple of weeks' time. I wanted to just touch. Well, actually, before we come on to that point, just coming back to the point about what you assessed and what Terma does. So if you've still got layer 1 available for you.
Yes.
Yeah. So you considered the operational impact, including Hadyard Hill and Dersalach, but obviously once Terma comes into effect, those two will disappear from your radar.
They have already been mitigated through the optimization process that we've gone through with Terma over the last few years.
Okay, so I may have misunderstood your answer. Does that mean that when an ATC looks at his radar today, he can choose not to see Hadyard Hill and Dersalach?
Hadyard Hill and Dersalach will not be provided and in normal operational mode on the new radar displays that are not yet in operational service.
Right, that's what I was anticipating. I thought from your answer you were saying that perhaps they weren't there today when you looked at a radar screen. They're still there, yeah.
Yes.
But when to operation later in the year, they will disappear from the radar screen altogether.
Yes, in normal operational mode for an ATC controller, he will have, and that has always been our desire here, as much of a clean, if not all, a clean screen with no clutter shown on the new radar displays.
And just to be absolutely clear, if we look at layer 2, the South Kyle and Windy Rig wind farms,
yeah, I have it, Mr. McLeod.
they're going to disappear from the radar screen as well.
That work hasn't been completed yet, Mr. McLeod. We are effectively at step 13 in GPA 22 with Windy Rig. South Kyle is probably about a year behind that process. So as you can imagine, from planning consent through construction, that can take quite a few years for developer, but I'm probably teaching the applicant to suck eggs here, so I'll stop before I say too much.
No, that's fine. I suppose that the simple point that I really wanted to make, Mr. Thompson, was that by the time, if Clauchrie was given consent, by the time that it came to be constructed, none of the turbines that we can see on layers 1, 2, or 3 will appear on Glasgow Prestwick's radar, will they?
It depends on the timeline for your particular applicant's project, but if I just start at layer 2 and assume from my limited knowledge of the process in terms of consent to actual build and blade fit, it's anticipated that Windy Rig 2 and South Kyle will have gone through steps 14 and 15, which will give me all the information I need to confirm that we can deal with and optimize the as yet not physically there turbines that are visible from both those developments.
Yeah. But in very simple terms, the radar that will be, or the radar picture, if Clauchrie was consented and constructed, the radar picture would be clean.
Yes.
Have you undertaken any reappraisal of the optimization, of the operational impact of Clauchrie in light of that?
I don't think we're at that stage yet, Mr. MacLeod. That's part of those discussions that we would still like to have with the developer, but Clauchrie still has to go through our process to confirm or not whether the radar that's being installed at Prestwick can deal with the clutter in the particular geographical position that Clauchrie intends, that the applicant intends to build Clauchrie. So we need to do the initial work first, Mr. MacLeod, which is back at step 6. We haven't got that data yet. We need to do the baseline flight trials work in the airspace above Clauchrie as the initial start of that process.
I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Thompson, that the initial start of the process is to firstly understand what the radar is likely to look like at the point of construction of the wind farm, and secondly, to undertake an operational impact assessment of what the consequences of its construction might be. I think you said that we weren't. I asked you, have you looked at the possibility of Clauchrie effectively as a standalone piece of clutter? And you said we're not at that point. But with respect, we are, because we're here at this inquiry discussing what the likely impact of this wind farm will be. Do you understand that?
I accept that, but my answer to that in many ways is our goal here is to provide a clean, clutter-free radar display picture to our radar controllers. We do not know yet whether we can mitigate the impact of the visible turbines from Clauchrie. We still have that body of work to do to allow me to discharge my duties, which I've described in GPA 22. We haven't got that core data yet.
Yes, but I think you've rather, well, you've probably explained the airport's position quite clearly there. You want a clutter-free radar screen, come what may. That's your position, isn't it?
No, I think that's it's very generalistic statement to make, sort of thing. I have these discussions with the operational team. They advise me on the operational impact of particular developments. It would be wrong of me not to try and get a clear picture, as you call it, in the airspace in and around that as yet unconstructed wind farm. In an ideal world, we would all love a completely clean radar display. That may not even be possible based on the technology that's being deployed in terms of its ability to mitigate any clutter, full 360, 40 nautical miles. We don't know that yet, which is why we do these specific flight trials per development to confirm that the technology that we're deploying can deal with that particular volume of airspace in and around the proposed development.
Do you accept, you mentioned that the ideal world point there, and it's come up a couple of times. Do you accept that when the reporter comes to consider the issue of conditions and mitigation, he needs to consider the necessity of mitigation rather than the desirability of it from your perspective?
Well, I have to allow Mr. Hall to sort of consider those points. The position of the airport in respect of this particular development is our operational team have advised me that if the wind farm is consented, it will have an impact on their safe provision of air traffic services in that area. It's incumbent on me as the accountable manager and ultimately responsible for the safety of the airspace to make every effort I can to clean that airspace up. We have deployed technology that up till now has been able to deal with the constructed wind farms. We do not yet have that data for the proposed development.
Okay.
There is a process I explained in GPA 22 that allows me to get that evidence to satisfy me from a safety perspective, from an air traffic safety perspective. And as a consequence of having that evidence, be in a position to remove the clutter for that particular wind farm. But we haven't got that. We don't know how well the TERMA yet will operate in that area. We have to do the baseline flight trials to get that specific information in that volume of airspace directly above the proposed wind farm.
But I thought we'd agreed, I don't want to go back over old ground, but I thought we had agreed that that safety is not so much to do with the probability of detection within the confines of the wind farm space, but safety was really to do with the probability of the interaction of two aircraft because of the Clauchrie wind farm.
Well, I think we're speaking about the same thing here. We, as I said earlier, we're deploying technology that will allow us to maintain the track of an aircraft in the airspace above the proposed development, which will generate clutter. And if we can get a PD value of greater than 90% through the technology that we're deploying, then I'm satisfied that I've discharged my duties as the person accountable to the CAA for safety of air traffic movements in and around the airport. I'm satisfied that I've got the quantitative data to allow me to remove our objection. And I'm confident at that point that the TERMA will be able to mitigate the clutter that is present from the visible turbines.
But you see, that's the issue in a nutshell, isn't it? You say that the critical factor is the probability of detection above the airspace. You haven't considered the possibility that there might be a probability of detection issue and there's still no interaction between the aircraft, have you?
Well, we have and that's a conversation you're going to have with my air traffic colleagues. As I said at the start of my evidence, I have full confidence in the operational assessment that my air traffic colleagues have done to advise me that that is an area of airspace that they use, provide an air traffic service in, and as such, they want to retain that ability to do that going forward. The applicant is wishing to build a wind farm in that particular volume of airspace that may result in us not being able to utilise that airspace. My process allows me, as the accountable manager from a safety point of view to the CAA, to go through and get quantitative data to confirm to me that the technology that we're deploying will be able to deal with the clutter that's visible. And I don't think both sides are in dispute. No, we will see at least 10 of the turbines from the Clauchrie development.
Okay, I don't think we can really take that point much further. We've been over it a few times. Just a couple of final points, Mr. Thompson. If we could look at your precognition paragraph 8, please. And this, I think, follows on from some of the things you've just been saying. So you say in paragraph 8, all of the airport's airspace is of value to the airport to ensure it has maximum flexibility. Once the wind farm radar mitigation system, which will have been optimised for existing wind farms, enters operational service, the airport will not accept any no-go areas in its airspace. The airspace above the Clauchrie wind farm is not your airspace, Mr. Thompson, is it?
No, and I would accept that point, Mr. McLeod. My choice of language may have been a little bit loose there. It's the airspace where we provide an air traffic service.
So that you will not accept any no-go areas in any area where you provide an air traffic service?
Within the range of our surveillance radar, our goal is to deal with any clutter in that surveillance volume. We don't know whether we can ever achieve that yet, but a primary goal for me is to provide a clean picture to our radar controllers who have suffered for many, many years now, having to address the clutter that's currently shown on their radar displays.
Can I just clarify how far the area, you may have given this answer just in what you've said there, but how far does the area in which you provide a service extend?
That's probably a better discussion you have with an air traffic controller. I don't want to give an answer that's not factually correct. So with respect, Mr. McLeod, I think you should ask that from our air traffic experts and operational controller who's part of the witness team.
I'm very happy to do that, but you know, this is your evidence. What you've said is that in effect, once Terma is in service, you will not accept any clutter in any area where the wind farm, where the airport provides an air traffic service. That's your evidence to the inquiry?
That is aspirational. It's correctly qualified with where we provide an air traffic service. We believe, my operational team believe, we provide an air traffic service in the vicinity of Clauchrie. We will always make every effort to clean the airspace using the technology that we're deploying in areas where we provide an operational service.
Okay. I think possibly the last section I wanted to look at was paragraph 38. And this is in the context of net zero, the aviation working group and so on. And in paragraph 38, you say, given that the work of the Aviation 2030 Task Force is ongoing, the Scottish Ministers, when determining proposals which have an adverse effect on an ANSP's radar, continue to issue consents with a condition that radar mitigation agreement is first entered into. And you give 2 examples. Now, the examples that you've given there are both cases where the developer agreed to enter into wind farm mitigation services agreement, aren't they?
I can't speak for the initial one, which is Paul's Hill, because it's not in an area where we provide an air traffic service. But certainly the second one is a most recent determination by the Scottish Ministers that we have entered into a wind farm mitigation services agreement with that particular developer.
But the reason the condition, it may be my fault in terms of the way I've read paragraph 38, but I thought what you were saying was, because there is this ongoing work being done by the Aviation Task Force group, because of that, the Minister's default position is, well, let's have a wind farm mitigation services agreement. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I don't think that is what I'm saying, and I can't speak for the Minister's decision process, but I think we were just trying to illustrate as part of that statement there that the determinations are currently being approved with the enter into a wind farm mitigation services agreement, not just for Prestwick, but for many aerodromes and ANSPs across the country. That work of the 2030 Task Force is very much an ongoing work in progress, as we spoke about yesterday.
But you're not suggesting to the reporter, for example, that simply because there's an ongoing discussion at high level on policy, you're not suggesting that he needs to attach a condition because of that?
I would never suggest anything to the reporter. That's completely up to Mr. Hall to make his own decisions. I was just using that as an example. I think the fundamentals of why we're all here today is we've got 2 distinct polar opposite views in terms of, one, is mitigation required for this particular wind farm, and in essence, the longer term issue is the costs associated with mitigation for the life of the development. That is a big focus of the Aviation 2030 group, that second point I've mentioned there. And it very much is a significant work in progress. And Mr. Wheelhouse is to be commended for his chair of that committee over the last few years and making really good efforts to try and get a way through the polar opposite positions of renewables and the aviation sector in terms of finding a way forward for that long-term coexistence that we and thrive of both sectors is probably the best way I can describe it, Mr. MacLeod.
Okay, and I think probably the last question for you, Mr. or last series of questions, maybe just arising from that answer. When it comes to the wind farm mitigation services agreement that you say should be entered into, can we just be clear that it has nothing to do with cost recovery? I think we see that from Ms. Kilpatrick's recognition.
think I'll leave the detailed conversation on that, Mr. MacLeod, to Ms. Kilpatrick to explain.
So you don't know how the per megawatt payment that you referred to in your examination, Chief, yesterday, you don't know how that relates to the mitigation that might actually be required?
Not in any great detail. My requirement out of the mitigation service agreement is, in very narrow terms, is to ensure that I get through to the end of my technical primary radar safeguarding assessment process. So there's some costs to do post blade fitting, commissioning works and optimization and confirmatory flight trials. That's covered as a part of the mitigation services agreement, but there are much wider parts of that it's not for me to give evidence on. That's really for Ms. Kilpatrick.
That's fine. We'll leave it for Ms. Kilpatrick then. Can I just check? I'll just put myself on mute for a second, sir, and just check with my clients if there's anything else I need to pick up.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Thanks, sir. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. MacLeod. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
good morning.
I have a few questions, but I recognise that some of them may be not for you, and if you want to pass me on to one of your later colleagues, then that's fine. So, if I could ask you first about the Terma radar. Are you introducing Terma purely in order to deal with this issue of wind farm mitigation, or does it have other benefits?
It has other benefits, sir. It's a much more modern radar, has some more sophisticated signal processing techniques than our existing, rather aging primary radar. In terms of if there had been a wind farm problem, no, I say it problem, if there had been a wind farm, if there had been such a proliferation of wind farms in the vicinity of Prestwick, would we have needed to deploy a Terma? Possibly not. Terma, of all the products that were available to us at the time of the OJU tender, gave us the best opportunity to, in essence, clean up our radar displays and present to the radar controller a clean operational picture. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does, and it answers my next question as well. So that's even better.
Thank you.
So Terma it's the answer to mitigating the impact of wind farms, or some wind farms at any rate. And it's not operational yet. So at the moment, there are wind farms that have been built. So what mitigation are you applying at the moment for those wind farms that are there now?
Well, these are air traffic operational techniques that the operational team are having to deal with to work around the clutter that's currently on their radar displays. And I think Mr. Smith and Mr. Kitland will probably give a much wider answer than that I could ever provide. To say we are tolerating the clutter at the moment, but the clutter is getting more and more as more and more wind farms are consented. So there would come a point where we could not continue to exist as we are at the moment, hence the deployment of technologies that can address the issue. but we're not sure whether it can address the issue in all geographical locations yet, which is why I insist as part of my sort of safety accountabilities, the process that I've laid out as per GPA 22.
So would it be fair to characterise this as a cumulative issue? That if you were to consider, if there were no wind farms in southwest Scotland at all, and then you were presented with Clauchrie, you could perhaps live with it. But it's the adding of Clauchrie on top of all the other wind farms that are there that is the real issue.
The cumulative effect has driven the need to address the accumulation of clutter, as you expressed there, sort of thing. If I think if the developer was the first to deploy their wind farm, I think now that we've moved on in terms of the technologies available, I think we would absolutely still want to preserve the ability to have a clean radar display.
So if the early wind farms were built 10, 20 years ago, your assessment of what was acceptable then was based on the technology that was available to you at the time. And you've clearly deemed it acceptable to have a certain amount of clutter on your screens from those wind farms. But now that new technology is available, are you saying that your assessment of what is now acceptable is different from what it would have been 20 years ago? So 20 years ago, some clutter was acceptable, but today, because we can do better, it is no longer acceptable.
Well, yeah, some of the decisions that were made 20 years ago, I mean, I can't answer for those in terms of it, because I was not part of the the ATC team who made those operational assessments that they would be prepared to accept clutter on their displays. I think, from my knowledge of the processes that went through, whether there was as robust a process as that we go through now, I can't comment, sir, on that. I think the world has moved on in 20 years. We now have got, as I say, the technology to be able to deal with this sort of thing. It would be wrong not to aspire to an addressing all the. We now have the technology to deal with it. It would be wrong not to just accept it anymore. The fact that in the ARC roundabout Prestwick, there's such a, in the planning process, there's such a huge number of wind farms that are in the planning process, is that, in particular for the Prestwick area, that's quite significant. We're probably quite unique in the UK in terms of the number of wind farms in and around our aerodrome. So it's absolutely important that we, now that we have the capability to do it, to actually mitigate as much as humanly possible all the wind farms that are visible to the primary radar.
Thank you. So coming on to the potential mitigation that is required in this case, I've heard some mention of optimization of the Terma radar. You talked about baseline flight trials. Is there anywhere in the evidence that I can see set out a clear list of bullet points about what the mitigation that is actually required in this case is?
Well, again, if I could refer you to the flowchart GPA 22, that's the process that I go through, sir, to give me that quantitative evidence that when I'm making a final decision on from an accountable safety perspective, that we can address the clutter that's going to be visible to the primary radar that's currently being deployed at Prestwick.
Okay, so looking at GPA 22, the final bullet there is ongoing maintenance of wind farm radar mitigation system throughout the life of the wind farm. Is that talking about the entire maintenance of the Terma system, or is it just talking about the maintenance of the activities that are required to make sure that the Terma system is still seeing Clauchrie properly?
It's probably a little bit of both. I mean, it's very much a general statement. We have ongoing weekly, monthly, 6-monthly maintenance we need to do on all our equipments to sort of meet our obligations under our license. We do not know yet how much additional ongoing maintenance works and optimization works will be required when Terma enters operational service, particularly as the airspace around the aerodrome has more and more clutter associated with it. So I'm not sure whether I'm answering your question fully, but I don't know the full answers to that one yet, sir.
Well, I suppose another way of putting it might be boldly, are you expecting wind farm developers to pay for the entire maintenance costs of the Terma system?
No, and in many ways, I revert back to the work of the Aviation 2030 group, which is in terms of the lifetime requirements to ensure the mitigation remains effective and resilient. And that is very much a significant body of work that's still being worked through by the Aviation 2030 group. And as you can see from Ms. Mackenzie and I's witness statements and discussions over the last couple of days, we're not quite there yet, sir. It very much is a work in progress, and I think it'll take a little while for us to find a way through that particular issue. In respect of the other aspects of the Wind Farm Mitigation Service Agreement, I must ask Ms. Kilpatrick to sort of provide more detail than I ever could possibly on the terms of that agreement.
Thank you. So I had a question about the 2030 task force, which you've possibly just answered, but what's your commentary on the prospects of that group reaching a conclusion and the government announcing policy in this area in the near future or at all, or in what timescale do you think that might come forward?
It's hard to speculate, sir. I mean, unfortunately, last year with the pandemic, it was difficult to have. We had, I think we had 2 meetings. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they were virtual meetings. It was difficult to have sort of in-depth discussions. There are some work streams that are still being worked on in terms of reporting back on. I think the name explains a lot about what the aspirational dates are, sort of thing. But there's a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of detailed discussions still required. It is 2 fundamentally different opposing views to allow both sectors to sort of flourish in the years ahead, sort of thing. And we're just collectively are going to have to work through the problem, and hopefully we can all come out the other end and with both our sectors thriving in that respect.
but I can't expect an outcome in the next, say, 6 months.
Oh, absolutely not.
Now, the issue at hand, the really direct issue for me is about whether to impose, in the event of the wind farm being approved, whether to impose a condition requiring a wind farm mitigation system to be serviced, to be signed up to. At the moment, that condition is worded quite generally, and I asked this question to Ms. Mackenzie as well, about your views about whether there's any prospects or one could word that condition a bit more specifically to set out exactly what it was that the airport was expecting in terms of potentially optimization, test flights, ongoing maintenance, the nature of the payment, and whether that might satisfy the needs of both sides. Do you have any comment on that?
I think it's best if I allow Ms. Kilpatrick to give a more broad view of that mitigation service agreement. My requirements on it are quite narrow, and I think it's important Ms. Mackenzie is allowed to give her sort of full submission on that matter, sir.
That's fine. I'll save that one up for her. I think my last question was based on Ms. Mackenzie's recognition. Paragraph, I don't know if you can you access that easily, or I could read out the relevant paragraph, which I want your comment on. Paragraph 17.
I don't have it in front of me, sir. If it's... Oh.
That's fine. I'll just read it, and if I can find it myself.
Sir, I believe that Ms. Cornelius has just taken her copy through to Mr. Thompson, so he has it.
Okay.
Sorry, sir, what paragraph was it?
It was paragraph 17, where she says, Glasgow Prestwick Airport has to date recovered over £8 million for wind farm mitigation. The Terma system costs £3.5 million. It's difficult to see what further recovery Glasgow Prestwick Airport requires. And then she goes on to say that the Terma system can, I think that's probably a technical question. So it's really those first couple of sentences where basically she's saying you've already got plenty of money to do everything you need to do with Terma. So just what your comment is on that.
I can't really comment on the financial numbers because it's not an area of focus for me, and it's probably best Ms. Kilpatrick gives a proper answer on that, sir. My goal in all this is to have, particularly as more and more wind farms go through the consent process, have as resilient a mitigation system as possible. We've just started that journey with hopefully this year. Well, in many ways we have started the journey. It will go operational later this year, but on a very narrow base for me, I would be keen to continue to invest in that technology to make it as resilient as possible. That's my focus. I think probably the wider discussion would be best reserved for the evidence of Miss Mackenzie.
That's fine. I'll ask her that then. That was all I had. So I'll hand you back to Mr. Brown now, and we'll see if he's got any questions for you in re-examination. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, sir. Yes, just I do have some questions for Mr. Thompson. Now, Mr. Thompson, you have been taken through the various safeguarding processes which you're expected to go through under the CAP documents, CAP 738, CAP 670, CAP 764.
Yes,
Now, how long have you been doing these safeguarding exercises for the airport?
considerable number of years now, Mr. Brown.
Could you help just by explaining what you mean by considerable in rough terms?
Are we talking specifically about wind farm safeguarding?
Yes, one farm.
Probably from the start of my sort of tenureship in the role as manager air traffic, which would be late 2016.
Okay. And when you prepare these safeguarding assessment, or when you go through the process of a safeguarding assessment, what are you primarily focused on?
Protecting the safety of the airspace to allow me to discharge my safety accountabilities to the CAA, which is my core role, and that has to be my standard default position, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And these safeguarding assessments, you may have answered this in part, but just to be clear about this, who are these assessments primarily intended for?
In respect of the final recipient of them, or
Yes. Who are the recipients you have in?
well, they are the mechanism I go through with my operational team to confirm that or not whether we are happy to object or happy to not object or object to a development. It's a process that we use to engage with the developers to try and address legitimate aviation safety concerns that we have. So it helps the developers to find a route through the aviation objections to their developments. And most, if not all, of the developers have engaged with that process.
Okay, but my question was actually, who primarily are they for?
But for me, to satisfy myself that I went through a robust process before I remove any objection.
Yes, and you'd mentioned before accountability for that process. To whom are you accountable for the process?
To the CA, as the person responsible for safe provision of air traffic service in and around the aerodrome.
Now, whatever criticism might be levied about the documentation of the process, how satisfied are you that you thoroughly complied with the process?
I'm more than satisfied that we've got a robust safeguarding process in place that provides quantitative information for me to allow me, when I get asked, or through the audit process that we all have with the CAA, that I have went through a robust process before considering removing any objections to particular developments.
Okay, and when you're conducting these assessments, what is more important? Is it that the process is done or that all of the documentation is prepared?
The first, the process. Process is absolutely the main premise.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I would like you to take you to another area of questions. And at various points this morning, you referred to your response to the energy consent unit of the 19th of March. Now, just 2020, now, just so we're all clear about which document you're referring to, I think that was CD 219.
That's correct, Mr. Brown.
And we've already heard evidence from you that when you prepared this, you spoke to your operational colleagues and they gave you input, which allowed you to include paragraph 6. And that goes off to the energy consent units. And you mentioned the fact that you had a Cirrus rebuttal.
Yes, we received the Cirrus, an applicant rebuttal late July 2020.
Yes, and just so we're all clear about this, that document is CD 9.9. Do you have that in front of you?
I don't think I have it in front of me, Mr. Brown.
CD 9.9. Cirrus rebuttal.
No, I don't have it in front of me.
Sorry, sir. If you could just have a moment, we'll make sure that Mr. Thompson has that.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I have it now in front of me, Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you. If I can ask you to, so just to make sure that we've got the context of this right, you have sent off your email of 19th March 2020 to the Energy Consents Unit, and you then received this late July. Now, could I ask you please to turn to page 1? Page 1 of us, you have that?
Page 1, yep.
Yeah. And there's a paragraph which starts 4 down. This report, you see that?
Yes, I got it.
This report provides a response to the concerns raised by GPA. And as far as you're aware, was that a response to the email you'd sent to the Energy Consents Unit in March 2020?
Well, I had to assume so, Mr. Brown, because this was the first correspondence I had in 4 months
Right.
with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is just read the 4 bulleted paragraphs which follow that.
Paragraph, bullet point 1, I'll start.
Yeah.
The response from GPA raises several concerns about the credibility of the Terma radar as a wind farm mitigation and standalone primary radar. On the basis that developers have already financed contributions to GPA for mitigation to be implemented as a holistic solution for the entire area surrounding the airport, it is considered that perhaps the technology solution provided needs to be reviewed.
Yes, just keep reading the bullets, please.
Bullet number 2, it is understood that the GPA Terma radar is awaiting a commissioning flight check before entering operational service. Any expectation for developers to fund ad hoc flight trials to confirm performance parameters that should have already been measured is considered unreasonable. Bullet point 3, literature available on the Terma website indicates that the radar is capable of automatically eliminating the proposed Clauchrie turbines as static targets while maintaining track of airborne targets with no loss of sensitivity. And the final bullet is, whilst it is recognised that GPA controllers have set out some operational concerns arising from the S511 radar clutter generated by the proposed Clauchrie turbines, it is considered that given the location of the wind farm beneath the edge of the Scottish terminal manoeuvring area, controlled airspace, coupled with the low levels of traffic, there are more than enough provisions within the regulations to manage any clutter that may be generated.
Thank you. Now, when you received that rebuttal from Cirrus, what did you think the issues were between you and SPR by that stage?
Well, on reading that, there was in many ways a suggestion that the Terma technology that was being deployed was not fit for purpose, which I found alarming suggestion to make. Certainly it was not the evidence that we've gathered over the years that we were been working with Terma. We found their radar wind farm mitigation capability to be excellent. We would always like some more range, sir, Mr. Brown, and we're working with Terma to do that sort of thing. But it was a concerning statement to make, which is in many ways different to the evidence that they've presented in front of this inquiry, that Terma will just deal with the issues. So I had to scratch my head a little bit to find the logic of the
So did you see by this stage what you were getting into was a technical debate with SPR about the capability of Terma?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can I take you to another document, which is CD 9.23, and you've referred to this earlier, and it's your outline response to the Cirrus report. You have that?
Got that, Mr. Brown.
Now, if we start on page 1, and we look down 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, we see there, you see on or about 20th July 2020, Cirrus Limited prepared an objection review on behalf of SPR responding to the objection. A copy of this was provided by SPR to GPA on 29th July. And just for clarity on this point, that is the Cirrus rebuttal document you're referring to there. And that's
correct.
And you go on to say on 14th September 2020, SPR wrote to GPA to ask if GPA had any comments on the objection review. This document is intended as a substantive response there too. So this is responding to the Cirrus rebuttal document.
This is a detailed response to the Cirrus rebuttal.
And we'll all be able to read this, but in your rebuttal you deal with, we can see, for example, the regulatory parameters. So you referred to the CAP documents, which we've looked at earlier in this inquiry. You've summarised those. You've, in section 5 on page 8, dealt with the need for mitigation. On page 9, you've dealt with GP's approach to compliance. Part 7, you've dealt with the response to the objection review, and in 8, you've set out a conclusion there. So that goes off. And can I ask, what further engagement took place with SPR after that response?
I think my recollection is by that point the application had already been passed to the DPEA. We as an organisation were keen to, in many ways, get back to my step 5 of GPA 22 to actually start getting engagement with the developer. So we reached out to them on many occasions. We didn't get much response. Ms. Kilpatrick will get into this in much more detail than I can. Mr. Brown, we both attended the preliminary meeting, the preliminary examination meeting of this inquiry with Mr. Hall on the 18th of December. And again, we made every effort to sort of reach out, and I think there's a few documents on record to that effect. I think Mr. Hall at that point was keen not to have to endure 4 or 5 days of radar mitigation, if at all possible, and was keen if both parties could try and have a proper discussion on this. So we did reach out once again. We did get a meeting in late February. It didn't really move us on in a great extent, but that's the record of that meeting's available for produced and available from both parties. And probably that's about it, Mr. Brown. Sort of thing. It would be from a From my point of view, I would really just like to go back to step 5 of my process, to every effort we can to try and address the aviation issues that we've presented and find a route map through the problems that have the potential to be addressed.
Thank you. And after you received the Cirrus rebuttal document, what further requests, if any, did you receive for flight information?
I don't think I can't honestly remember the answer to that one, Mr. Brown.
Well, after your response in went in your rebuttal to the Cirrus paper, what can you remember? Whether any further requests was received after that for flight data?
My recollection has not.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'm wondering if we should hear from your next witness. We said we wouldn't ask them to read their recognitions out, but depending on how much time you need with them, Mr. Brown, in your examination in chief, we could perhaps hear that before lunch.
Well, sir, one of the things which I would like to do with Mr. Smith is have him speak to the videos which he's produced, and that may just take a little time. And in any event, sir, because we're following the COVID guidelines, we need to clean the room once Mr. Thompson leaves it. So I wonder whether that being the case, sir, this might be an appropriate point for lunch, albeit an early lunch.
Break for lunch.
Yep.
Yes, that's fine with me, and we made an early start as well, so I think we could do with a break. So let's come back then at 1:25, if that's acceptable to people. Yes, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir.
So 1:25 then, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. That's 1:25. Mr. Brown, are you and your witness ready?
Yes, I see he's not arrived on the screen yet, sir. If I can just have a moment, I'll just check what's happening. It's a bit more difficult in another room. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just while the witness is getting ready, just by way of update on the questions.
Yes.
I'll just check. Is Mr. Brown still there?
Yes, I am.
Maybe not.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are. Right. Okay. So we got the questions back at lunchtime, sir. We've just been through them. I think there's broad agreement on most of them. There are one or two where we're going to suggest some further refinements. And what we're proposing to do is get those refinements marked up this afternoon. We only had 20 minutes or so to run through them quickly, so we've discussed them as a team. We're going to get the questions marked up. As soon as the inquiry rises this afternoon, we'll just have a final run through them and make any very last adjustments. We'll then send them to Mr. Brown's team, and hopefully by later on this evening, we'll have an agreed set of questions that we can put to you for any further that you want to include as well.
Yeah, very well. I mean, it can't go on forever, the battling to and forth. So I think at some stage, if there's a difference, if people want to word a question differently, then maybe both wordings could be included, or a note of the difference could be included in the list.
I think that's exactly where we got to, sir, with our thinking on it.
Yeah, well, that sounds fine to me. So I'll sounds like I may see something maybe tomorrow morning then. Good. Mr. Brown, are you?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I suspect that Mr. Smith might be waiting to turn on his sound and his video. Mr. Here you are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, could I ask you to have before you your recognition, please?
I have that.
And I don't want you to read all of it, but what I would like you to do is to introduce yourself to the inquiry by reading the first 4 paragraphs, please.
Certainly. My name is Philip Edward Smith. I am employed by Glasgow Prestwick Airport, the airport, as a senior air traffic controller, commonly known within the ATS world as the SATCO. I started training as an ATCO when I joined number 73 course at the College of ATC at Bournemouth Airport in 1989. After finishing the course, I became a trainee ATCO at West Frew, MOD Aerodrome close to Stranraer. After completing my training, I moved to the airport in October 1993, where I have remained ever since. I am also an air traffic instructor. I obtained that qualification in August 1998 and became a local unit competent assessor, UCA, in June 2001. In my time at the airport, I've held numerous posts. I was soon promoted to watch manager and I'm now the airport SATCO. I'm therefore well acquainted with the airspace around the airport and the use which is made of it.
Thank you. Now, I'll just stop you there. As I said, just help us here a little, could you, by explaining for us what significance the role of SATCO has in an air traffic control environment?
Okay, so SATCO is, I think pretty much most air traffic units will have a SATCO, and they sort of sit between the operational team and the manager of air traffic service in terms of responsibilities and accountabilities. They're generally responsible for making sure that the air traffic operation is conducted safely and efficiently, and also to address any operational issues and concerns arising from that.
Right, thank you very much. Now, can I take you please forward to paragraph 23 of your recognition? And I believe that in the first line of that paragraph, there's an amendment you wish to make.
Yeah, that's correct. So in sort of initial draft of this recognition, these paragraphs were obviously numbered differently. So in the first line of that, it reads electronic conspicuity brackets EC systems such as SSR. And then in brackets it says C section 8. Well, actually that should now read C paras 29, paragraphs 29 to 34.
Thank you very much. And could I take you forward, please, again to paragraph 32 and to subparagraph C, and in the second line, I believe there's an amendment you wish to make there.
That's correct. So in the second line of paragraph C, it says certain aircraft as stated in para 8.1.
Yes.
That now needs to basically refer to paragraph 29, I think.
Thank you. And in subparagraph D, in the last line, I believe there's an amendment you wish to make there as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's the same thing applies effectively, that rather than the old reference of para 8.1, we would be referring to paragraph 29 in this instance.
Thank you. Now, having read the first 4 paragraphs of your recognition and having made those amendments, are you content for the remainder of your recognition to be taken as read by the inquiry?
I am.
Thank you. Now, while you have that document in front of you, I'd like you to have a look at paragraph 19.
Sure. Yeah, I've got that.
Now, in paragraph 19, you refer to video clips, which have been prepared and are before the inquiry. Now, I am aware that you heard the evidence which Ms Mackenzie gave on Tuesday, and you may remember that shortly before the lunch break, various comments were made by Ms Mackenzie about the circumstances in which these videos were made and the purpose for which they were made. When you listened to that evidence, what was your reaction to it?
Well, there was quite a few emotions ran through my mind, but I think in summation, I was somewhat flabbergasted by the allegations. Yeah, it was a little bit of a shock, to say the least.
So when you say you were flabbergasted and shocked, what provoked that response?
Well, I think the purpose of this inquiry is for people to bring forward evidence that is for the reporters to consider and give them an accurate or as representative a picture of what our issues and concerns are and what the processes are. Plus the fact, as an operational controller and knowing that these videos are going to be in the public domain, because whilst we're going to look at some short clips, the whole hour of footage that I managed to capture on that day has been submitted. And it would be an extremely foolish individual who knowing they're going to come under significant scrutiny, would attempt to, in some way, concoct scenarios, as it were.
And how would you react to any suggestion that you may have specifically routed these aircraft, which we looked at with Ms Mackenzie, over that particular area?
I would say that it's patently not the case. These aircraft are approaching from different directions towards the airfield, not just in airspace that we consider to be proximate to Clauchrie. And you'll see that as we run through the clips. So therefore, it's trying to present a representative view of what happens at the airport on a day-to-day basis.
And how likely is it an aircraft controller would have done that?
Sorry.
How likely is it an air traffic controller would have routed aircraft in a particular way just to make a point?
It's not even unlikely. It's just not something that happens because it does not fit with the appropriate provision of air traffic services. And I'd imagine that any controller who can freely view this footage would generally contend that the routings that these aircraft are taking are perfectly appropriate.
Okay. Now, so far as the actual videos we're going to look at are concerned, on what date were they prepared?
So they were prepared on Thursday, the 8th of April, 2020.
Sorry, thank you. And who made them?
Well, I did. And I think one of the reasons for that is because of the fact that we, like any other organization, have to be mindful of, or we certainly did at the time, of restrictions in the workplace, etc. It was just the most expedient way in which to conduct the process.
And what device was used for making videos?
Again, not ideal, and I fully admit that, is that we hold a couple of GoPros in the control tower for use in the unlikely event that the actual radar recording systems fail for any reason. And it's not an ideal situation, but having heard some of Mr. Thompson's evidence relating to trying to capture some video footage for this inquiry, it just seemed to be the most straightforward way to do it, given the time constraints we were faced with. So I basically set up a couple of GoPros in front of the existing S511 radar displays. Well, actually, when I say in front of, I was obviously using a separate display, and we have a spare display on our right next to this. So I set the one GoPro up in front of that display, and at the same time set a further GoPro up in front of what we anticipate are going to be the new radar displays there. We hope to have services, Mr. Thompson said, sometime later this year. And then the reason we captured such sort of lengthy bits of footage was prior to sitting down to control the aircraft, I set these things in motion, as it were, and then proceeded to control the aircraft. The raw footage was captured, at which point, when I'd finished controlling, I then went and switched these devices off.
And how representative are these video clips of the routes which are used for aircraft at the airport?
They're very representative. I would argue, I can't say they're entirely accurate, because there are slight variations from one controller to the next when you're applying vectors in the precise route that the aircraft takes. But in terms of the general routings that these aircraft are taking, they're quite commonly used routes when we're applying vectors.
All right, and we have heard in the inquiry about the airspace change proposal, which is CD 3.11, and I would like you to have that before you, please.
So I've got CD
3.11, sorry.
3.11.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure if I've got that.
Oh, sorry. No, I have CD 9.11.
Yeah, 911. Yes, I've got that.
Yes, thank you. And could I ask you please to turn to page 8?
Yep.
And we see there is a section 3.2 current track concentrations. Do you have that?
I do.
And we've been looking at various figures within the drawing, but just to introduce them, please, could you maybe just read the first 2 paragraphs of that?
Certainly. So starting with figures 3 to 5,
Yes.
show the current day spread of flight paths up to 7,000 feet. These figures show the density of flight paths around Glasgow Prestwick Airport taken from 15 days of flight data in summer 2016. These give a good geographical indication of where the main concentrations of flights currently occur. The colour coding shows the number of overflights per day as an indicator of concentration.
Now, what comments would you offer on that paragraph which introduces the heat maps?
Well, it's 5 years ago, for one. But generally speaking, I would suggest that at that point in time, it's a pretty reasonable representation of the routes that would have been flown. And to an extent, Not a lot has changed in terms of what controllers would do on a day-to-day basis in terms of vectoring and controlling aircraft within that airspace.
Okay, and part of the comment that they're an indication of concentration?
Can we say that again, Mr. Brown?
Part of the comment that they are an indication of concentration, just right at the end of that paragraph.
Well, absolutely. I mean, an indication, I mean, you cannot, I mean, I don't know how this data was derived, as Mr. Thompson alluded to in his evidence, because I wasn't closely involved with the airspace change process as an operational controller at that time, because I also wasn't the SATCO, but I believe it was a third-party organisation who compiled this data. So I can't give specific comment on the number of aircraft that were involved, etc., etc.
Okay, and if we could turn to the next page, which has the heat map, which we've been looking at, which is figure 3, current arrival and departure traffic patterns.
So this was on page 10, is that correct? Yes, I've got that one. Yeah.
Thank you. And now, if you're an air traffic controller, to what extent are you providing services using a plan or a map like this?
A map like this?
Or a plan like this? What are you relying upon?
We don't use a map that has the level of detail that you can see in the background. So it doesn't look like an Ordnance Survey map, for example. It's constructed and shows the airspace boundaries, the airways, specific geographical points that may be used more for aircraft operating under visual flight rules, which has already been covered. And then it may also contain further information about some of the IFR points. I mean, Turnberry is a classic example of that, and you can see that on the bottom left of the diagram.
Yeah. And when you're providing services to an aircraft in the air, well, I suppose the question is, do they run on rails? Just how much latitude can be given?
Absolutely not. No, they don't. And I think that can be indicated to an extent by just, as I said before, if you look at this indication of where the tracks of aircraft predominantly are, you can see that there's some variation, and that the only bit where you could argue that they follow a determined route, particularly, would be on the final approaches to the runway. And you can see that on the diagram from the reddish orange areas, and the route that they fly at that point is very tightly defined for obvious reasons, because their ultimate goal is to land on the runway at Prestwick Airport, which is a fairly small defined area of tarmac.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to ask Ms. Cornelius to bring up a document we've looked at before, and that is the all layers plan, which has been prepared, which is GPA 21A. Oh, sorry, GPA 21F. Sorry, that was my mistake. Just organising. All right. Yes, you can. Can that be enlarged? Yes, that's fine. Now, Mr. Smith, in this inquiry, we've heard about controlled airspace. I think it would be helpful if you, as the SATCO, could explain what a controlled airspace actually is, and Ms. Cornelius will run her cursor over the area. So you're obviously going to have to talk us through it seems to me that where we should start is just above the red circle with the crossing of our screen, and if we just move further up, we see Windy Standard 3. Did you have that?
Just about. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and
Yes, I can. Is that in purple writing? Is that correct? I
yes,
don't actually. Yeah.
well,
I've got you now. Yeah.
yeah, if she could just put her cursor on it.
Yeah. Sure. Got that?
Yes, so we're at Windy Standard 3. Now, starting there, talk us through where we see the controlled airspace at the airport.
Okay, so you've got various bits of controlled airspace, but if we're looking at the controlled airspace that's established around the airport specifically, if Miss Cornelius was to sort of track northeast from that position up towards, I think is it Lethen's extension to the northeast of that position, you can round that arc. And then from there, it would be that northeasterly line, which takes us up to the wind farms in the area of Ardrossan and West Kilbride. And from there, back down to the southwest to a point which is...
Sorry, Mr. Smith. One of the problems I realised when you're sharing the screen is you want to use your own cursor to navigate through it. But we were talking about the line which ran in a northwest direction. So would that take us to Sorby?
That's correct. Yeah, up towards the Sorby wind farm.
Maybe Miss Cornelius would just scroll up a bit. Yeah.
That's better. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then from there, you can see there's an arc which is similar to the one that we've just followed in the southeast of the controlled airspace that runs back round to the south.
Yes.
And then from there, there's a triangle of airspace which runs back to that point we just mentioned previously, Turnberry. And you go down to the apex of that triangle, and then from there, it routes back to the east again to join up with the controlled airspace.
Right. Thank you. That's right.
It's tricky because there are some other lines on there that are less relevant for the purposes of delineating controlled airspace. And what I would just mention is that the smaller rectangle in the center of that airspace, and it's kind of important, extends from the surface up to the base of the Scottish Terminal Manoeuvring Area, which sits across the whole of central Scotland effectively, with a base of 5,500 feet. And then out with that, those other bits, those little...
Sorry, Mr. Smith, if I can just stop you there. You mentioned this little rectangle, and can you guide us to a reference point where we can start to see that area?
Okay, so there's a wind farm that's indicated. I'm trying to think roughly where it is. It's called Clauchrie, so the turbines are black, the writing is red, and it lies to the southeast of the airport.
All right, this is the wind turbine which dissects the line.
It's the one just to the northeast of there. So that lies wholly within Prestwick's controlled airspace, because at that point the base of controlled airspace is surface.
Okay.
So it's that rectangle there we're talking about as being that's the control zone it's referred to, and then the other bits kind of step outwards from that and have various lower levels.
Okay, and I interrupted you there, and you were moving on to another point.
I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it's kind of this idea that controllers, when operating flights in and out of the airfield, depending on the type of flight, they are obliged to ensure that that aircraft remains within controlled airspace. And because of the various levels, etc., and dimensions of these things, it can generate a certain level of workload associated with that, and ensuring that the correct flight path, descent, or climb profile is flown by the aircraft.
All right, thank you. And so, Mr. Smith, do we see, if we look, we've been looking at the range of wind farms. Appreciated that some are operational, some are mitigated, some aren't. we see in some of the planning process, there are all different stages there. If we start from the southwest, can you point out, or can we just help to get our bearings here? We've got Hadyard Hill in the bottom.
Yeah,
Yep. And we have Darsalach.
yeah,
Yep. And we have Afton.
yeah. Afton is further to the east. That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, just there. And we have the Hare Hill extension.
Yeah.
Just north of that. And these are all operational. And for the moment, to what extent can these be seen on your screens?
To varying extents, Darsalach and Hare Hill are particularly clear.
Yes.
Sorry, Darsalach and Hadyard Hill, I should have said, to the southwest. Hare Hill and Afton are less apparent.
Okay. And if all of these developments came to fruition and none of them were to be mitigated on your new Terma system, what impact would that have on you as an air traffic controller at the airport?
You can talk about specifics here with regard to approaches or departures from particular runways, but if we're to look at it as an overall impact, it would be significant. There's no question at all about that. It would be significant, and it would be a very challenging piece of airspace in which to have to try and provide air traffic services.
Right, thank you very much. Now, could I ask Ms. Cornelius now to move to your videos, and I'd like her to bring up GPA 47 first. Yes, and if you could just keep that as a screen for the moment. Thank you. Now, you have two radar systems. Well, you have the S511 system at the moment, and we know that you're moving to Terma. Which screen is this from? Which radar is this screen from?
So we've seen some bits of these before when presented by other witnesses as part of other witnesses' evidence, and this is the existing primary radar system known as the PSR 511 in the documentation.
Yes, and we see here again, now that you've outlined it for us, the controlled airspace at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to get our bearings, here we see green dashes and yellow lobs. What general term is used to describe this when it appears on your screen?
So you can see what I would normally say would be the raw radar picture, the sort of all the stuff that the radar sees. You can kind of imagine holding a torch and sort of swinging it round. If you're stood in the middle, it will basically pick up all these objects and reflect off them. So it pretty much bounces off all sorts of stuff.
All right.
Expression.
Okay, thank you. And if we look at the bottom left-hand side of the screen, here we see an area of green with yellow dashes.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, that's generally believed to be Hadyard Hill in terms of clutter that we're observing on the radar display in that area.
And moving to the right of that, we've got another area of green and yellow.
Yeah, I think that's almost certainly Darsalach.
Right, okay.
It's quite extensive.
Where Ms. Cornelius is indicating with her cursor.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yep. And if we move further to the right, we've got another area of clutter.
Yeah, that's most likely to be Afton, I think it was.
Yeah. And if we move further to the Northeast?
I think was that Hare Hill you said?
Yes.
I mean, this is the thing. To a controller, it doesn't necessarily matter so much what they're called. It's where they are and how they appear on your display that is the biggest concern.
Yes. Now, just on that point about how they appear on your screen, we'll see this happen later perhaps, but we've got green slashes and we've got yellow slashes. Do they always remain constant in those color combinations?
No, they don't, because the yellow slashes indicate the most recent thing that the radar has seen. So it's updating, in this instance for the 511, the radar rotates. It rotates at a fixed speed of 15 revolutions per minute. So therefore it sees things every 4 seconds as it sweeps round. So there's a little bit of a gap, and you can see, so the green returns that you see are what we would call trail history, stuff that's happened just slightly, ever so slightly in the past.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to venture and try something new because I now want to ask Miss Cornelius to play this, but there's just a bit of audio on it, and so we'll try to see whether we can get that to play on screen share. Hopefully we heard a second voice there. Who was that? We heard a second voice.
Well, what I must say is I couldn't hear the voice.
All right.
However,
Well, that doesn't work. Thanks, sir. So if we were to play these on our own and we heard the second voice, whose voice would that be?
so basically what you can hear, and this was purely just picked up by the little microphones built into the GoPros, would be myself providing a service to these aircraft.
Yes, yes. Well, we can watch it later on to pick that up, but when we do, we know what we're looking out for. Now, could I ask Miss Cornelius to try dragging her cursor so that we speed up the video to, and just as we do that, Mr. Thompson, can we see the, sorry, Mr. Smith, can we see the yellow and green changes which you were talking about?
That's correct. So you get this kind of flickering effect as the radar picks up. I'm assuming, and I think evidence will be presented in this regard later in the inquiry. Individual turbines, and as it basically picks up different turbines each time it swings round, and you get this kind of flickering effect of yellow and green. And you can now see that an aircraft has appeared in the bottom center of the screen.
Yes, and that aircraft is RYR61.
That's correct, yeah. So Ryanair aircraft.
Yes. And can you just play that, please, until about 2:35? All right, we can stop it there, please. And we now see RYR61 has obviously come further on, and do we see there to the northwest Hadgard Hill?
That's correct. So just north of the aircraft, probably by just about the order of a couple of miles, is what I would assume to be Hadgard Hill Wind Farm development. That's correct.
Yes, and where in relation to Hadgard Hill would you expect to see the proposed development here, where permission to be granted and where it to be constructed?
Well, it's difficult for me to say precisely because we cannot see any clutter because it's not been built, or depending on whether it was ever constructed. The proposed development, my best guess would be that it's pretty much maybe 2 or 3 miles south of where that aircraft is displayed. You can see the airway Papa 600, which comes up from the southwest, joins
Right,
on to the
So,
team.
sorry, Mr. Smith, Airway Papa 600, can you help us find that by reference to, is that FL55?
Yeah, so FL Fly 5 is the base of that airway, but they are 10 nautical miles wide. So from that point where the cursor is the easternmost boundary of that airway, which then extends, and I think Mr. Wiley mentioned this yesterday, down towards Dublin, in fact. And the westernmost edge of that airway is 10 miles to the west of that position. And it joins on to the Scottish TMA, the Terminal Manoeuvring Area, which has a base of an altitude of 5,500 feet. And that's the airspace that we can see that the RYR-61 flight is operating in.
Yes.
My understanding is that the proposed development will actually just touch the far right-hand corner of that airway where it abuts the Scottish TMA and extend eastward to an extent where it is partially below the TMA and also slightly to the south of it. So I would suggest that the aircraft at this point is maybe within 3 miles of that development laterally.
All right. All right, and can I ask Ms. Cornelius to take that video forward to 4 minutes, please? Thank you. And we see here that the aircraft we've been watching, RYR-61, now appears to be approaching near to the wind farm, which you identified as being Dersalach.
That's correct. That's my belief.
Yep. Now, if I could ask Ms. Cornelius, just to again follow the same process we've been using to drag that forward, the recording forward to 6 minutes, please, and if everyone could keep an eye on the aircraft. All right, yeah. Now, why have you been taking the aircraft in that way?
So effectively, it's a reasonable routing for the aircraft to take because it's actually expediting its approach to the airfield, but it's also keeping it clear of the clutter that's generated by the 2 wind farms, Hadyard Hill and Dersalach.
And is that the solution which is being used at the moment, so far as this clutter is concerned?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I'll ask Ms. Cornelius to change now to the next video, which is GPA 48. We'll just play the first 20 seconds, if we may. Right, thank you. Now, Mr. Smith, do we see another aircraft which has arrived now in the bottom left of our screen? EILCM.
That's correct, yeah.
Yep. And maybe we could just do this. Well, let's just play that for another 20 seconds. Right. Thank you. And what are you doing so far as EILCM is concerned at this point in time?
Pretty much exactly the same as what I did with the previous aircraft. It would be the standard routing that we kind of spoke about in the heat maps, that aircraft arriving up the airway Papa 600 from the southwest generally would be provided with a vector to keep them clear of the wind farm clutter and also allow them to make an approach to runway 30 in this instance.
So again, we see Paget Hill just to the north of where the aircraft is at the moment. And again, where would you expect the Clauchrie development to be?
Kind of in the same place as it was before. So, but you can see a little bit more clearly now that sort of section of airspace than you could in the first clip, from that point at which Papa 600 joins the TMA there.
Yes.
And then the boundary of the TMA runs gently downwards to the southeast. As far as I can establish, I think that's where Clauchrie would be, sort of in that area there.
If I could ask, I see that the map we were looking at earlier, the GPA 21F all layers map,
Yeah,
it shows the wind farms, and it also shows these maps of different areas of airspace. So if I look at those two side by side, then that would tell me where the wind farms are, would it?
it would, and it's quite a tricky thing to do because obviously the radar display doesn't allow that functionality. So it's trying to just sort of interpolate the two diagrams isn't straightforward. But my kind of assumption is that, again, pretty much as in the other clip, that the wind farm, the proposed development, would potentially display clutter maybe only a few miles south of where that aircraft is.
Okay, thank you. Ms. I'm going to ask Ms. Cornelius now to bring up your next video, which is GPA 44. And Ms. Cornelius, could you take that forward to 3 minutes and 40 seconds, please? Or thereabouts. Now, on this particular video, Mr. Smith, we see probably coming in from about maybe 10 o'clock, maybe, a flight CFX UZ.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, we will play this, but as we watch it, what should we be looking out for as the video plays?
Okay, so what we're looking out for here is an example of when eye didn't quite manage to keep the aircraft clear of an area of clutter. Now, I don't know what's generating the clutter in this instance, but you can see it just to the south and east, or just slightly, yeah, that's it, in a region known as the Heads of Air, which I don't know if anyone's familiar with, just close to the, just southwest of the airport. And you can see what happens when I realize that I need to give the aircraft a vector to keep it clear, because we're not infallible, us guys. And it's interesting. It's worth watching anyway.
Right, well, let's do that. If you think we'll get to a point where we should stop to allow you to expand upon the commentary you've just given us there, please just say so and Miss Cornelius will stop the video.
Certainly.
So we'll play it from here.
So at that point, I've realized there might be an issue, and I've attempted to turn the aircraft slightly left.
Right, let's stop that. Sorry.
I'll just let it play if possible for a few more seconds. And you can see at this point, everything kind of starts to merge, and then oddly enough, it looks as if there's almost two aircraft popping out the other side. There's an argument, you can pause it there if you like. Now, there's an argument that I know what I'm looking at, and I can compensate for it, but it's an undesirable distraction from what my primary task ought to be. And I think the reason why I might have missed this piece of clutter is the fact that if you jump backwards, sort of fast forward, drag the cursor as you did with some of the other clips, you can see there's a point in time when that clutter is not as apparent as it is as the aircraft approaches it. So it's this twinkling effect again, as it changes from sort of pale green to bright yellow. You can even go back a bit further, in fact. And there you are, you see, so at that point, it's actually quite faint. And this is the problem that we face. And I'm not saying that wind farms necessarily manifest themselves in quite the same way that this bit of clutter has, because we know they're generally permanent, but they still have this flickering effect. And it's this idea that I think we'll look at another clip in a minute, that it's this concern about we have permanent areas of clutter, which are generally generated by wind farms, and then we have transient clutter, which comes and goes depending on various aspects, which Mr. Fido might be able to allude to in his evidence.
Right, thank you. Now, I picked up in your answer before we rewound the video there that you had said that clutter is a distraction from your primary task. What did you mean by that?
Well, in an ideal scenario, my primary task is purely to focus on what aircraft are up to and not have to concern myself with distractions like this. Now, I fully appreciate that the 511 is a radar that's been in service for some significant length of time. And we do have to deal with transient clutter on a day-to-day basis. And controllers accept that, and they understand it. And there are procedures within MATS Part 1 to guide controllers as to what actions they should take with regard to clutter. However, if we then start to layer up on top of that, using that expression in relation to the maps possibly that have been created, it's just going to add to the problem and increase controllers' workload to the point whereby can we assure safety at all points in time.
All right, thank you very much. I'll ask Ms. Cornelius to change to your next video, which is GPA 43.
I think the other point to add is that this, in most of these clips, I'm only actually controlling one aircraft for the most part. That isn't necessarily representative. There will be occasions when a controller is having to deal with more than one aircraft at a time, which further exacerbates the potential safety issues.
Thank you. Now, this screen, if we just freeze that for the moment, what are we looking at here?
So this is the GoPro that was set up in front of the proposed wind farm radar mitigation solution. So the Terma radar, as it's kind of referred to in most of the documents. And then at this point in time, it's a little bit further back in the flight profile of Charlie Foxtrot, or CFXUZ for you guys. Sorry, it's just forced habit to say the phonetic alphabet. And at that point, it's descending from the northwest, passing about 16,000 feet, just prior to its at the point at which it's handed over to me to then continue its approach into Prestwick.
All right, and when we look at this screen, it perhaps gives a better illustration of the controlled airspace around.
It does, and as part of the process of bringing this radar into service, there's been extensive consultation with the air traffic team to try, or certainly with particular individuals, to then, you know, to go out and consult with the wider team, because obviously you can't, if you consult all the controllers, there are always going to be slight variations in opinion as to what's the best way to present the information. But we've tried to come up with a solution here that shows quite clearly the controlled airspace boundaries that relate specifically to Prestwick, or which we have ownership of, as it were, for want of a better expression. And that doesn't mean to say that the rest of the airspace that's displayed, we're not saying we own that, but we have portions of that are delegated to us and are deemed to be within our area of responsibility. So there's very much a collaborative approach between neighbouring air traffic service units to establish who's going to take care of which bit of airspace and who's going to provide services within it and when they do that. And that's very, very important, the close coordination and the procedures that we have between units. So it's not about necessarily saying that a piece of airspace belongs to Prestwick. We have a collective responsibility to look after the aircraft within that, and we coordinate and collaborate with each other to make sure that that happens safely. It's just an aside almost, but it's important.
Okay, thank you very much. And what has happened to the clutter which we saw from on the earlier screen of Badgard Hill, Drsalach, Afton, Hare Hill?
Well, I think it's readily apparent, even to a layperson, that, well, I certainly can't detect any, or if at all, in fact.
Oh, all right, thank you. Now, if we were to try and find where Badgard Hill would now be, if we were to ask Miss Cornelius to move her cursor to the range ring just above, yeah, just further down, please. And a bit to the right, we'll see the 20. Now, using that as our starting point, can you guide Miss Cornelius to identify where Badgard Hill may be in your view?
Yeah, well, oddly enough, it's not straightforward, is it? Because all of a sudden it's disappeared. So you have to kind of like sort of do a best guess without being able to precisely overlay it. But you'd probably go north of that position by maybe, I don't know, it's difficult to know the scale, but maybe a touch further, bit more. And that might be, say, the eastern extremity of it, and then it would probably extend pretty much west from there for a few miles, as we saw on the previous screens.
All right, and thank you, I'll ask Ms. Cornelius to drag the recording forward to 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
So this should take us to a point where we're kind of in sync with where we were last time as the aircraft approaches the heads of air.
Yes, just at this point here, would that be approximately severe? Yeah.
Yeah, and you should see in a second that I then give the aircraft the same turn as I did before. But what's immediately apparent is that this time there doesn't appear to be any clutter at all.
Did we stop it here? We'll stop it here. So we've not had the same phenomenon as we had before, where we saw the, if I can put it in layman's terms, the explosion of yellow and green.
Yeah, and the symbol, rather than because this radar technology is significantly different, and I'm not going to get into that. I'll leave that to Mr. Fido. But you can see that the aircraft are presented or portrayed in a different way. The trail history is presented in a different way. And the symbol for the aircraft is presented in a different way. Without getting into too much detail, there's quite a lot of information even contained within the symbol to tell you what's going on and what you're seeing. But yeah, suffice to say, there is a pretty good chance that this radar can do what we would, as controllers, really like it to do, which is to remove all those distractions which have potential safety implications.
All right, thank you. I'll ask Ms. Cornelius to move to the next video, which is GPA 41. And if you could just, this is back on the S511.
That's correct.
Thank you. And we'll just, now, we're going to play part of this. As we play it, what are we looking out for?
Okay, so this was really just to kind of like take that point a little bit further, which I spoke about a few minutes ago, in the sense that we don't just have wind farm clutter. We have quite a lot of other clutter in this picture. And actually, Miss Mackenzie mentioned this when she was giving evidence, and was somewhat concerned about the extent to which the picture appeared degraded since her time at the airport in 2007. And this is all part of the problem for us as controllers who are, quite frankly, just trying to go about our day-to-day business, using a tool that was developed sort of during the Second World War and remains to this day the primary tool for providing surveillance services to aircraft. And it's not without its problems, as I said. But you can see here that you've got the wind farm clutter, you've got other clutter, most likely weather in this instance, represented on the display.
Well, just
along
help us
with
with the
aircraft,
weather.
sorry.
Sorry, just help us with the weather clutter. Where would we find the weather clutter on the
So you can see what we can see on the screen just to the west of the airport is the aircraft that arrived earlier on is now departing and is on a southwesterly track at the moment, and it's going to be turning left to route to the southeast ultimately. And then at the same time you can see another aircraft which I will be controlling shortly approaching from the southeast. And you can see, you might be able to see a little waypoint there with the beige writing that says Suman. So that's going to make a direct arrival to Prestwick on runway 30 again. The weather clutter is apparent to the west of position of the departing aircraft, CFXUZ, by a few miles. And there are two distinct areas, and then there's actually another area just to the southeast of its position. Yeah, that's it there. And then if you go to the about 10 miles, so you've got the 10-mile range ring, which is the sort of small blue dashes. You've got an extensive area of clutter there, about between 12 and 14 miles to the east of the airport, and almost again 3 distinct blobs.
Right, and if I ask Miss Cornelius now to just drag her cursor along the play bar, what will happen to the clutter we've been looking at?
Well, what we should see it do is move, I would anticipate, slowly in a sort of easterly direction, as it moves probably with the airflow and the prevailing winds.
Yeah, so if we keep our eye on the weather clutter to the east, if we just keep dragging that along, we can see that continue to move east.
Just very slowly, that's correct.
Yeah. And again, we have that scintillating effect between green and yellow as it moves.
Yeah, and now you've also got another aircraft has appeared top left, which is an overflying aircraft at 37,000 feet. So when the controller's looking at this picture, there are 3 aircraft visible, but an awful lot of other stuff as well.
Thank you very much. And could I ask you, Ms. Cornelius, to now move to the next video, which is GPA 40. And again, this takes us back to the Terma screen.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And is this the same screen as we looked at before, albeit?
It is. It's we're seeing the same, just about the same time period, but slightly ahead of, and that was purely just down to the kind of logistics of trying to keep these cameras going, whilst I was having to sort of make sure that I was providing services to the aircraft around about that. So at this point, CF X-ray Uniform Zulu, the aircraft, has transited further to the southeast of the airport and is at a higher level. It's been transferred to Prestwick Centre for onward routing.
Yes. And again, if I ask Ms. Cornelius to quickly move the play bar along. What's happened to the weather clutter we looked at before?
Well, as far as I can tell, throughout the period, it just doesn't appear to be apparent at all.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cornelius, and thank you, sir, for your patience with that. It's a bit tricky to deal with these matters remotely, but however we got there. Thank you. Now, Mr. Smith, I'd like to take you back to a point in your precognition, which was commented upon by Mr. Wiley yesterday in paragraph 12.
Yeah, I've got that.
And I think Mr. Wiley said something to the, you said the airport regularly controls aircraft outside controlled airspace. And I believe Mr. Wiley said he was startled by that, but thought it may ultimately be a matter of semantics. What comment would you make on that?
Well, I think Mr. McLeod himself commented and said, well, would that not be purely a matter of semantics? And my response would be exactly that.
Yes, you're not suggesting that you are controlling as this in that way.
I think this generically refers to the fact that my job title, or that of my colleagues more widely, is Air Traffic Control Officer, or ATCO. So we provide air traffic control services, and we will provide those services consistent with the type of aircraft, type of airspace that the aircraft happens to be in at that point in time when those services are provided. And as we've all had explained to us by various witnesses, that consists of a suite of services, and you would provide the most appropriate service depending on the type of airspace and what was requested by the pilot and what was appropriate to provide in accordance with the Manual of Air Traffic Services.
Right, thank you. And we've heard in the evidence about the safeguarding process at the airport as applications come along for wind farm developments. I'd like to turn to consider that with you. Now, before I do that, when you read your recognition, you said that you started at the airport in 1993, so you've been there for 20 years or thereabouts.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah. And you said that you became a watch manager. When did you become a watch manager? Approximately.
Yeah, I can't remember precisely. I'd have to dig my CV out and dust it down, but it would probably have been sort of like late 90s, I would suggest.
Thank you. And again, just as I asked you to explain what the SATCO is, what is a watch manager in the air traffic control world?
The watch manager would be the sort of next tier of operational support in terms of like managing the day-to-day activities of the watch that were on duty at the time. It's a bit like being in the fire service. We have distinct watches who cover distinct periods of time. So you'd be looking after the staff and the operation during that period of time. You'd be the responsible and accountable individual.
Right. So there's responsibility and accountability. And are you discharging a supervisory function?
As well, that's right. You're responsible for various sort of the day-to-day running of the watch in terms of ensuring that controllers are appropriately rested and take the breaks that they have to do, etc. And also dealing with any issues or emergencies, and certainly supporting the operational team in that regard.
Thank you. Now, we heard from Mr. Wiley yesterday that he previously held the job which is now being done by Mr. Thompson, so far as the safeguarding process is concerned, particularly in relation to wind farms. Do you remember Mr. Wiley having that position?
Not particularly, to be honest. Not in terms of like that being one of his specific accountabilities.
Do you remember? You may remember the evidence where he said if he was dealing with these applications, he would have consulted the operational team.
Again, it's difficult to recall a time when I personally had a conversation with Mr. Wiley relating to the operational impacts of any proposed wind farm development.
And when you make that comment, you were watch manager at that stage. Were you still watch manager at that point?
Throughout that period, yes.
Yeah. And when you say you don't remember it, how confident are you about that?
Pretty confident, almost to go as far as to say very confident.
And why do you say very confident?
I just don't have any recollection of having conversations that were in any way detailed conversations at all about the operational impact of potential wind farm developments. There may have been comments in passing, but there was generally no focus on any detail as far as I can recall.
So how would you be alerted to the fact that Clauchrie might start to appear on your screen?
Well, again, it's difficult to put a timeline on this. And I'd also like to add that it's not to say that Mr. Wiley may well have had conversations with some of my colleagues, because I haven't consulted with every single one of them. But certainly, again, it's hard to tell when, and it may have been some significant time either before Mr. Wiley alleges he became responsible for this function or during it. I can't remember. But there certainly were a couple of occasions when you went into work and you'd think, well, why do I see an area of clutter on my radar display? And you would ask some of your colleagues, and they would go kind of shrug their shoulders and say, I'm not really sure what that is and how it's come about. So then on a half decent day in the southwest of Scotland, you'd have a look out the window and you can literally see these things from the control tower. On a good day, the visibility is good. You can literally see Paget Hill, Dersalach, Afton, I think. Now, not all of these necessarily, well, they probably do show up on the display if you can see them. And you would have to do this kind of process of trying to correlate what you're seeing on the radar display with what you could see at the window. And if you were then to sort of like go and ask someone in a position who you would anticipate might know something about what's going on, people, including my colleagues, would be like, well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about it, or words to that effect. And it's quite startling, to the point whereby you'd think, well, what's happening about this? Who is dealing with the safeguarding process, etc.? Now, it would be unfair to say that that was during Mr. Wiley's tenure or potentially Miss Mackenzie's. But the point is, at that point in time, or during those periods, it did appear that there wasn't much happening in terms of like safeguarding generally with regard to wind farms. Now, whether that was to do with CAA policy, processes, planning policies, I'm not sure. Because at the end of the day, as a controller, all I really want to be able to do is use that technology to provide a safe and efficient and orderly air traffic service. And when something comes along to potentially impact that, I obviously raise my eyebrows and express concern.
Okay, and how does that experience from years gone by compare to what happens today?
Well, as I say, I've been a watch manager for a long time. I've only been in the SATCO post since September 2019. And as a consequence of that, I've had much closer contact with Mr. Thompson. And I would suggest that he's an extremely conscientious individual. And sorry. Sorry, it's just taking a moment. Sorry. But I would suggest that he goes above and beyond to try to mitigate these things.
And so how much engagement is there now in the process of considering these applications with you?
Well, as I just intimated, Mr. Thompson takes his accountabilities extremely seriously.
And who else is involved in that consultation process?
Well, in this particular example, I can recall at least 3 of my colleagues that we sat down and discussed it with in some detail.
Okay, and what roles do they have within the team?
Well, if you add up their collective cumulative experience of working at Prestwick, including myself, it probably is in excess of 80 years of Prestwick experience.
So that's 80 years of being an air traffic controller at Prestwick.
Yeah, so if you take my 28 years and the 28 years of my colleague, plus another 25 years, yeah. So we are well placed to make an assessment of whether we consider a wind farm to be going to generate clutter that we consider to have an operational impact.
And what was your collective view on it?
It varied from individual to individual, as you would expect. Some people being maybe more concerned than others, but the general consensus was that it was going to have an operational impact.
And
as all the documentation says, significant.
And if we consider it at a cumulative level, was that done?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the key points here, is that, as you've seen from some of the clips, and from some of the diagrams, that are explaining the potential for these things to be popping up in critical bits of airspace. It's that obviously had a bearing when we considered this development. And I know that these developments are considered in terms of landscape and visual. And when you're looking at it from a planning perspective in terms of what people see, it's somewhat different because you're at a point on the earth. So to try and determine where the cumulative effect threshold lies is maybe somewhat more esoteric. But if you're looking at a huge volume of airspace, which a radar can see, and then you have to then apply on top of that what controllers are expected to do within that volume of airspace, I'd argue that it's a little bit more straightforward to see the point at which the cumulative effect starts to have an impact. Because I think during Mr. Thompson's cross-examination, there was talk about risk associated with Clauchrie. And of course, that's very different from the risk associated with the cumulative effect of these wind farm developments, in my opinion.
Thank you. And you mentioned it there, just as you were finishing your answer there about the effect of Clauchrie. Was consideration given to the individual effect of Clauchrie?
Absolutely. And that has been contained within the responses that Mr. Thompson has given to SPR in the initial stages of engagement.
And what were the individual impacts?
Well, I think actually Cirrus may have listed them in their rebuttal document with their particular references to those impacts that we elucidated.
All right, thank you very much. I've got no further questions for you at the moment, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I think before we embark on your cross-examination, we'll take a short break there. So if we come back at 10 to 3, please. Mr. Smith, are you back with us? We'll just wait a moment for Mr. Smith to retake his seat.
Thank you, sir. I was just making sure that was underway.
Sorry, apologies. I'm just going to have a bit more of my double espresso.
Just as long as it's nothing stronger.
Absolutely.
Right, welcome back, Mr. Smith. I'll now pass you into the hands of Mr. MacLeod for some of his questions, please.
Thanks, sir. Afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. McLeod.
Can I just check just one point arising from your examination in chief there? And you were asked some questions about Mr. Wiley's position. Just so that we're absolutely clear, you're not suggesting that he lied to this inquiry about his experience or what he did while he was at Glasgow Prestwick, are you?
Absolutely not.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, we can get off on a good footing in that case, I think. Your position is that you don't recall having any conversations with him, and you don't recall colleagues having conversations with him, but it's your recollection that's the issue here, rather than the testimony that he's given. Is that a fair way to put it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Let's then turn to the evidence that you'd given prior to today, and I wanted to touch firstly on your concerns about the existing radar system, the S511. Now, what you've said is that it's nearing its end of life. You described it, I think, in your examination in chief as World War II technology. You're presumably very concerned about the retention of that as part of the airport's primary radar system going forward.
I think very concerned is possibly a slight exaggeration. And again, if we pick up on the point about World War II technology, things have moved on, obviously, in the primary surveillance radar world. And the technology has advanced, but the fundamental principles, the way in which that technology operates, in my opinion, really haven't changed very much at all. Moving on to the point you made about the S511 moving towards its end of life, I think everybody's intimated that it's been in service for 30 years, possibly more than that. Certainly, it's been in service for longer than I've been at the airport, and I acknowledge that.
So you said that you thought my characterization as you being very concerned about its retention was a bit of an overstatement. Can we put it that you are concerned that it will remain part of the primary radar?
I think you're correct in the sense that it probably does have a limited lifespan, and there's an argument that that may well be in a matter of years rather than decades, shall we say.
Okay. And were you involved in the decision-making process on what we've heard as the proposal to retain it as part of the PSR as a fallback if Terma falls over for any reason?
I think realistically, and this is my own opinion, for numerous reasons, I think it is unlikely that we'd be able to use it as a fallback for any extended period of time. So that is something that the airport does need to factor into what it's going to do in that regard.
So just to be, well, let's take it a step at a time. Do you consider that the existing radar system is safe?
Yes.
And that you are currently able to operate safely using that system?
Not without constraint.
Do you want to just, I'm not quite clear what you mean about that. I'm going to do what advocates shouldn't do, which is ask you to expand on that. Just tell me a bit more about what you mean.
Well, I think that we've seen in other people's evidence that that as controllers, we are having to mitigate for the wind farm clutter that exists on the present radar displays.
Okay, understood. And that point probably takes me quite neatly on to a point that I did want to pick up with you. We've seen GPA 47 and 48, I think. Those are the ones where you have the planes coming in from the southwest.
That's correct.
And
That's correct.
you showed the plane sort of cutting the corner, as it were, just south of the Hadyard Hill development.
That's correct. That's correct.
And just to be clear, although in your examination in chief you were saying that that's what you believe to be, you said I believe that's this wind farm and that's that wind farm. You know that those are the wind farms in question because it will be in your maths part 2. Is that correct?
Those specific wind farms, I don't know if they are necessarily mentioned.
Do you know what your maths part 2 says about turbine clutter?
I do.
Tell us.
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you every single word for word.
Generally speaking.
I think Mr. Wiley alluded to it in his evidence, and it talks about the wind farm clutter that we can see to the southeast of the airfield, and I think it probably also does mention Hadyard Hill.
Okay. Not Dursalach, though.
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. The video that you showed, or the 2 videos that you showed, seemed to demonstrate you navigating that area without too much difficulty, even though there is clutter, or there was clutter in the vicinity of the plane that you were moving. Did that clutter cause you any particular problem?
Well, it would have caused me a problem if I'd vectored the aircraft over it, obviously.
But you didn't.
That's correct.
And you didn't need to.
In this instance, arguably not, because at the time in the videos I was only controlling one aircraft.
Yeah. But you wouldn't typically vector an aircraft over an area of clutter, at least using, or sorry, over a wind farm, at least using the S511 radar, would you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And does that explain why you were performing that maneuver in the first place when we look at the ACP route change proposal that was approved by the CAA?
Sorry, in what respect? I'm slightly puzzled.
Well, sorry, it's no doubt the way that I asked the question. Let's have a look, please, at CD 9.11, which was the Glasgow Prestwick airspace change proposal.
Yep.
And you may remember that Mr. Wiley referred to figure 8, which is on page 16.
Give me a moment. Yeah, I have that. Oh no, that's figure 5. Oh, no, sorry. Figure 8.
I need to look at figure 5. I need to look at figure 5 with you anyway, so let's start there.
Okay.
In fact, apologies, it's either figure 4 or figure 3 that I wanted to look at. Figure 4 is probably the best one. So figure 4 is the current arrival traffic pattern.
Yeah.
That's in 2017. Yeah. And we can see that the green is probably 4 to 7 flights a day.
That looks like it might be the yellow.
right? Well, let's just start from the top of the key. Red is more than 7.
Yep.
There's then something that's 4 to 7.
Looks like it's yellow.
Something
Looks like it's yellow.
That looks like yellow. 2 to 4 is that the green, do you think?
Looks like it might be, yeah.
Okay, my apologies. So that's 2 to 4 flights a day is green. And then we get down to blue and grey, and grey is less than 1 flight a day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we saw from earlier on, and in fact, I think Mr. Brown took you to this, that paragraph 3.2 sets the context for these figures. It's 15 days of flight data from the summer of 2016.
Yep. Yep.
And it's presumably, as far as anybody knows, it's presumably all flights that took place during that period.
I couldn't comment, I'm afraid.
Would it be a reasonable assumption?
It would be a reasonable assumption, yes.
Okay. And what we can see if we go back to figure 4 is that we have some traffic which routes up. If you see where the legend is, figure 4, current arrival pattern, see where the word current is?
Yes. Yes.
You then have a route which is sort of grey and then partly green, and it goes up to TRN. You see that?
Yep.
And then some of that traffic routes directly across horizontal, just underneath the arrow that says 7,000 feet.
Yep.
Now that, as I understand it, is what is going to be the new route, runway 30 south arrivals, which is shown on figure 8, broadly speaking. Is that correct?
Just give me 1 second. Figure 8. Runway 30 south arrivals. Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. So that line that we see there from TRN,
Yeah.
the runway 30 south arrivals, that's broadly equivalent to where that line that we just looked at was?
If you were splitting hairs, it's not quite the same.
That's why I said broadly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Okay. And then if we come back to figure 3 again, and just have a think about why, again, let's go to the legend, the current arrival and departure traffic patterns. You'll see that starting there
Just give
and
me
heading, sorry,
figure 3, yes. Sorry, I have that now.
In fact, sorry, it's my fault. It was figure 4 that we should have been at. I do beg your pardon. It's the current arrival traffic pattern one that I wanted to look at.
Got that now, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So you will see there that taking the word traffic,
Yeah.
there are a few green lines that head in a sort of northeasterly direction up towards the 4,000 feet arrow. You see that?
I do.
Yeah. And is it possible, well, sorry, before I get onto that, is that broadly the route that you were vectoring that plane on in GPA 47 and 48?
That's correct.
Yeah. And part of the reason that you did that was because of the presence of Darsala wind farm, isn't it?
As well as Hadyard Hill, yes.
Yes. And that's an existing problem with the S511.
In what regard?
Well, but you vectored that way rather than going up to Turnberry and turning along the runway 30 route. And you did that because there is clutter at Darsala and Hadyard Hill that makes your job more difficult, if I can put it in those general terms.
It would be very unlikely that an aircraft would be vectored on that route via Turnberry from the southwest and then onto a, broadly speaking, easterly track.
Sorry, I'm not quite following. I think you actually said during your examination in chief that clutter was one of the reasons that you vectored the plane in that direction.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, if we go back to figure 8,
Yep.
as things stand at the moment, Dersalach sits slap bang in the middle of runway 30. Or in fact, runway 30 goes slap bang through the middle of Dersalach. That's a better way to put it, doesn't it?
So do you mean specifically the green line that runs, broadly speaking, east from Turnberry, which is labelled runway 30 south arrivals?
That's the one, yes.
Okay. Okay.
You accept that?
Sorry, do I accept what, sorry?
That Dersalach sits directly underneath that.
Well, it's not shown on there, so sitting here looking at that diagram, it would be difficult for me to actually definitively say that that is the case.
Okay, there are. I don't want to take too much time with this, but are you aware that, or are you aware if there are other documents before the inquiry that show that?
If that's the case, then I will accept it on that basis, yes.
Okay, let's work. In fairness to you, if you don't know, then let's put it on a hypothesis that that's correct. If that's right, then when Terma is switched on, we won't need to worry about Dersalach anymore, will we?
In what regard?
As far as runway 30 south arrivals is concerned, we won't have to worry about the clutter at Dersalach
Well,
at that point.
you could arguably say that you wouldn't have to worry about it in any context.
So you wouldn't have to worry about the clutter at all?
That's correct.
Well, that's good. I'm starting to wonder why we're here. Why would we not have to worry about the clutter at Dersalach, Mr. Smith?
Because once the timer is switched on, we can no longer see it.
Ah, right. Yes, we're at cross purposes. That was really what I was putting to you. Once Terma is switched on, Dersalach is no longer a problem. Just so I'm clear at the moment, are you saying that Dersalach is a problem at the moment using the S511 or not?
In certain circumstances, it could be. Certainly,
And that would be one.
With regard to certainly with regard to runway 30 arrivals, depending on whether you're vectoring another aircraft at the same time or you have a departing aircraft, it's potentially going to constrain you in terms of your flexibility of routing with either or both of those aircraft.
Absolutely. So the presence of Dersalach at the moment helps to explain the number of arrival flights that we see heading in a northeasterly direction from the word traffic next to figure 4 on figure 4, doesn't it?
That's probably correct, yes.
Yeah. Let's look next at paragraph 12 of your precognition in this context.
Yep.
And you made the clarification about controls, which actually it shortens a number of the questions I was going to ask you, so I'm grateful for that. I just wanted to pick up on the last sentence where you say flexibility, well, last two actually. There is very limited published route structure outside controlled airspace due to its unregulated nature. And I take it you would accept that there is really no route structure outside controlled airspace.
Yeah, I think Mr. Wiley made that point in his evidence, and yeah, that would be probably correct, or I'm not going to dispute that,
Probably.
let's put it that way.
Okay, fine. And you go on to say flexibility is therefore required to allow the most efficient routing and to provide space for aircraft to avoid each other. Now, I wanted you to look at a document that I don't think we've looked at this inquiry yet, and that's CAP 1738, which is document CD 9.16. And if you need a moment to get that, then by all means say so.
I certainly do. As you've already intimated that you don't think anyone's looked at it as part of the inquiry. I think someone momentarily is going to hand me that document. Yeah, I have that now.
Great. Okay, I'll just check. The reporter has that? Yeah. So CAP, just to put it in context, CAP 1738, CD 9.16, is the document that follows on from CD 9.11. It's the CAA's approval of Prestwick's proposal.
Okay.
Is that correct?
It says on the front, Glasgow Prestwick Airport, airspace change proposal, departure and arrival routes. It's not a document I'm familiar with.
You've not seen it before then?
It would appear not.
Okay. Let's just take our time with it then. So, first of all, let's have a look at page 7, which sets out the decision process and analysis.
Yep.
And at the top, it sets out the CA's role, and we can all read what that says. I don't think we need to worry too much about it. But the next section down, this sets out the aims and objectives of Prestwick's proposed change and CA's decision on objective. I'm assuming that you're familiar with the airport's aims and objectives, or the aims and objectives of the airport's change.
Not in any huge detail. I wasn't close to this process in terms of my role at the airport at the time when this was being developed. But however, looking at it, those aims and objectives make sense in the context of a airspace change proposal.
That's good to hear. The first aim and objective is to maintain or improve the level of safety for departures and arrivals to Glasgow Prestwick. In fact, I'll just highlight the ones that I think we maybe need to be interested in for the purposes of the discussion we're about to have. So the first one, that's maintaining or improving the level of safety or departures and arrivals. The third one is increasing the efficiency of departure and arrival routes to Glasgow Prestwick. And then the fifth one is improving the accuracy and predictability of tracks flown.
Yeah.
Now, if we start with safety is paramount, and I want you to look, please, at the CA's conclusions in respect of safety, which are on page 13 of the document.
Yep.
So it says there, the CA's primary duty is to maintain a high standard of safety in the provision of air traffic services. This takes priority over all duties. In this respect, with due regard to safety in the provision of air traffic services, CA is satisfied the proposals maintain a high standard of safety for the following reasons. There are then 4 listed, and it's the first one that I'm most interested in. That is, the procedures continue to be contained within controlled airspace, providing a known traffic environment and integration of IFR and VFR traffic. Now, what they are saying there, would you agree, is they are satisfied on safety because the approved routes in the ACP provide certainty, i.e. it's a known traffic environment.
That's what they're saying, yes.
Yes. Next, if we could go to page 14.
Yep.
And their conclusions in respect of securing the most efficient use of airspace, paragraph 32. They say there, the proposed changes will improve the efficiency of the airspace by enabling systemized flows of traffic, which require less controller intervention in the flight. And there, would you agree that what they're saying is that following the route structure set out on figure 8, following that route structure will improve efficiency by reducing controller intervention?
I'm not quite sure if that's what it says in isolation. It says the proposed changes. So you're then inferring that effectively everything that's proposed within this document should be adhered to implicitly in order to the statement in that paragraph.
Well, I'm simply putting to you what it says in that paragraph. I appreciate you're not familiar with it, and that will be a matter that I'll be making submissions on later. But the point is that the CAA say that the proposed changes, there are no exceptions listed there. Can we agree that?
That's correct.
The proposed changes will improve the efficiency of the airspace. And how will they do that? By enabling systemized flows of traffic. That suggests that they will be following the route structure, does it not?
It could mean that, yes.
Well, it does mean that, amongst other things. It does, possibly amongst other things, it certainly includes following the route structure.
It does mean that amongst other things, I'll accept that.
Okay.
Because it also says will require less controller intervention in flight, but it doesn't say that there will be no controller intervention.
Yes, but the point is the sentence read as a whole, Mr. Smith. The proposed changes will improve the efficiency of the airspace by enabling systemized flows of traffic, which require less controller intervention in the flight. The overall point of the sentence is, if we remove the need or lessen the need for controller intervention, it will be a more efficient service. That's what it says.
Would you like me to respond on that point? Is that what you're asking me to do?
That's the usual way it works, yes.
Okay, so what do you want me to say?
Anything you like. Well, what I'm putting to you, Mr. Smith, is that the overall thrust of that sentence is that less controller intervention in flight improves efficiency of the airspace.
That's what they say, yes.
And as the regulator, their word goes, really, doesn't it?
Generally speaking, yes.
Now, what the regulator has concluded is the polar opposite of what you say in paragraph 12 of your precognition.
In what regard?
Well, they don't want as much flexibility. They want Prestwick to follow the route structure that Prestwick has proposed, because it's more efficient.
Sorry, I'm slightly puzzled because in paragraph 12, I'm talking about aircraft operating outside controlled airspace.
Okay, so this has got. well, let's see then how it interacts. So let's go back to figure 8 again.
Give me a moment.
Yeah. And sorry, sir, this is CD 9.11 again.
Figure 8, yes, I have that.
Yeah. And if we can maybe just try and use the whole page again, just to sort of orientate ourselves. The exercise that you performed, where you vectored an aircraft to avoid the wind farm clutter. If we look on that page, would that maybe have begun round about the word proposed in 4.4 proposed changes summary? You know, if you come off the figure and look a bit further down, where would we be looking?
I would say it was slightly further east of that, maybe over the word arrival or thereabouts.
Arrival.
If you're looking at figure 8,
Yes, I am. Yeah.
that's good. So
So
am I.
So your vectoring maybe started round about the word arrival and was heading in the direction of the green and blue corner at the end of the runway 30 south arrivals. Is that about right?
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Now that is if I say contrary to the ACP, I don't want you to take offence from it, but it's not what the ACP proposed, is it?
As far as I'm aware, that's correct.
Yes. And what the CAA is assuming is that rather than doing the exercise that you performed, the plane would fly from arrival up to TRN, and it would then turn hard right, as it were, along that green line. Yes?
If I wasn't vectoring it and it had requested to fly in that manner, that's correct.
Well, that's the manner that it would ordinarily fly in, isn't it? Because it would be following.
That's not correct, and that's not what happens on a day-to-day basis.
Well, your ACP, your flight routes suggest that this is the way that planes should be flying. Are you telling this inquiry that you are, or let me put it this way, post-terma, will you continue to fly in contravention of the ACP?
What you see in the videos is the way that basically controllers operate at Prestwick, not just myself, and that is the generally accepted method of positioning aircraft for an instrument landing approach at Prestwick at the moment.
At the moment, indeed. But which is why I asked you, and you maybe didn't pick it up properly, but post-terma, you should be following this process, shouldn't you? Planes would come north to TRN, they would turn right, they wouldn't have to worry about Dersalak anymore and the clutter there. They would be able to follow the routes that have been consulted on widely and approved by the CAA.
Okay, so it's not that straightforward, because if you look at the bottom in the below figure 8 on page 16, and you've got 0.4.4 proposed changes summary, it starts with this airspace change proposes 15 new RNAV1 instrument flight procedures, as broken down below. As I think it says in my precognition, not all aircraft are able to fly in accordance with this route structure. So there will be occasions when aircraft will still expect to be vectored for approaches to the instrument landing system, as you saw demonstrated in the videos.
The plane that was vectoring.
these approaches are based on, in layperson's terms, GPS.
Okay. The plane that we saw in the videos, the one that you've chosen to bring forward to illustrate to the inquiry the problems that you face, that plane would be capable of flying these routes, wouldn't it?
It would be, but the commander of that aircraft has a choice over what type of approach he chooses to fly. So there is an argument that there needs to be a wider debate about whether aircraft will be mandated to follow these procedures or not. You could argue that if that's what comes about, ultimately, then both aircraft and controllers will then operate in accord with these structures. But as far as I understand it, that is not widely practiced at UK airports at the moment.
Is it not something that the airport should, if the airport can't force aircraft to do it, is it not something that the airport should be encouraging strongly?
I think the difficulty with this is that, as I've said, I wasn't close to the development of the airspace change proposal. I wasn't involved in that process. And as I've already stated, I'm not entirely familiar with the outcomes that are being proposed as a consequence of that. And if you were to speak to probably any of my colleagues as operational air traffic controllers, there is definitely not an understanding amongst them that we will have to quite radically change the way in which we operate at this point in time.
So there's a lack of awareness at the airport of its own published route structures. Is that what you're saying?
Amongst operational controllers, that's potentially the case, yes. What I would say is that Mr. Kirkland, the ATC expert witness, may be able to sort of expand further on this.
Mr. Kirkland, as I understand it, is not an ATC at Glasgow Prestwick Airport. You are, and you've come to this inquiry to tell us about the way that aircraft operate within and out with Prestwick's controlled airspace, and you don't appear to even know Prestwick's own published route structure, Mr. Smith. That's your evidence to this inquiry.
That's not quite the case. I'm not necessarily familiar with this document. However, I am familiar with the RNP approaches that are in place at Prestwick, which link into this document. So this is the proposal or the acceptance of the proposal, but I am aware of the approaches that are associated with that. And as I've stated, they're known as RNP approaches and are GPS based. And at the moment, that's not how we day-to-day operate it with aircraft.
If you were to, and again, hypothetical, but if you were to operate in accordance with the published route structures, air traffic would be taken further away from the Clauchrie proposal, wouldn't it?
Correct. And these aircraft would fly on these predetermined routes in a more formalized process, in a process where, if you come back to the statement, that there will be less controller intervention. That's all correct. So whilst I'm not familiar with the content of the ACP in great detail, I am absolutely familiar with the RNP approaches that are published and promulgated for use at the airport. What I'm trying to say is that aircraft at the moment don't generally fly on those routes. And there is an expectation that when I'm providing a service to those aircraft, I will do so in accordance with what they expect, not with necessarily what is outlined in this proposal at this moment in time.
And just to be clear, it's not a question of what's outlined in this proposal. It's what has been approved by the CAA. Do you accept that?
I do.
Thank you. And I think this is maybe a very obvious question, standing what you've told us about your lack of knowledge of these documents, but when you were involved in assessing the operational impact of the Clauchrie wind farm on Glasgow Prestwick's operations, you had no idea, well, sorry, let me put it a different way to you. You did not assess the impact of the Clauchrie wind farm taking into account the route structure that had been approved by the CAA, did you?
That's not entirely correct. We certainly would have looked at it with regard to the departure route structure, probably more closely than the arrival route structure, because as you've stated, there's probably less requirement for aircraft to become proximate to Clauchrie if they're following this route structure.
Yes.
However, we did take into account, as I stated in my precognition, the fact that at Prestwick we have a significant amount of aircraft that fly on non-standard routes for particular reasons. An example would be the fairly large military exercises that we host twice yearly at the moment, which have significant volumes of military aircraft that, for operational reasons, would not expect to comply with this route structure as a consequence of the varied nature of their operations.
What's the MOD's position in relation to Clauchrie?
I understand they haven't objected.
No. If they had a concern regarding the operations you've just described, one might have expected them to do so.
I would presume so, yes.
You've been with the airport a long time, Mr. Smith. How many reportable incidents in the vicinity of Clauchrie are you aware of?
None.
None.
That's what I said.
Thank you. Can I just have one moment, sir?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. There's really just one further question, and it was just coming back to this point about what was considered, and you mentioned, Mr. Smith, that you would have considered the published route structures for departures. Is that an area of concern in relation to Clauchrie that you have?
Again, it's a bit like the inbound routing, isn't it? They're defined routes, and normally speaking, the aircraft would fly on those routes and they should be wholly contained within controlled airspace, as you would expect. However, there may be occasions when, in order to separate departures from inbound aircraft, that you might have to potentially fly aircraft on non-standard routes. I'm not saying that would take them into the vicinity of Clauchrie in that case. So it's less likely, I think, with the departure route structure that there's an issue.
Yeah, it's not something the reporter needs to be concerned about, is it?
I would suggest that's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Those are all the questions I have, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I've just got a couple of questions for you.
Not a problem, sir.
Maybe just on that, well, it's fresh in my mind that the area that you were just discussing with Mr. McLeod, looking at the figure 8 from CD 9.11. And if I've noticed it down correctly,
One second, sorry.
sorry.
Need to find that again. I had it a moment ago. I've got 7, but that's the departures. Yeah, sorry, I've got it now. It's on the other side of that page.
Proposed arrival, transition, and approach procedures.
Yeah.
And if I've noted you down correctly, what I think you're saying is that this is all very well, but your current practice is not to follow the routes shown on figure 8, but it's the vector across in the way shown in the videos earlier.
That's correct. The difficulty is that as I've tried to say, these are PBN RNP based approaches, and this route structure links into them as far as I understand it, but doesn't make provision for this route structure, the lines in green that you see on that diagram, to link into what is still the preferred approach, or certainly the most prevalent type of approach, which is to be positioned for an ILS instrument landing system approach to our runways at Prestwick, certainly runway 12 and 30. And we're trying to develop some system whereby part of this ACP, and Mr. Kirkland will hopefully expand on this after I've finished giving my evidence, in relation to the fact that it's not quite as straightforward as arguably Mr. McLeod has portrayed, whilst I understand that it's a document that's been approved by the regulator. And of course, I'm cognizant of that fact. But there are still certain issues, I think, in terms of this being achievable on a day-to-day basis. That's all I'm really saying.
Okay, so I think that answers my supplementary question then, which was that though the routes that you showed in the video may have been compromised by wind farm clutter, and that could be made worse in your case, in your argument, by the presence of Clauchrie. Figure 8 seems to show that there's an alternative route that could equally well be taken that would avoid those problems. But from what you're saying now, there's other problems with the route shown in figure 8, and so you would still need to continue to potentially use the route that you showed in your video.
In my opinion, yes. Now, whether that's right or wrong is open for debate, and Mr. McLeod has already intimated that may be the case. As I say, Mr. Kirkland may be able to expand upon that. But nothing in the air traffic world is necessarily as straightforward as is potentially being portrayed. There are technical challenges, and we've seen that in terms of the evidence that's probably going to be presented with regard to TERMA. And whilst in a legal context, it might well be quite nice to get people to say yes or no, or I don't do this, I don't do that. It's not necessarily as straightforward as it might appear.
Thank you. If we can stay on this document, CD 9.11,
Yep.
I just had a question about I think it's figures 3, 4, and 5, which show the heat maps of the different flights.
Yep.
And I think you were asked by Mr. McLeod whether this showed all flights, figure 3.
Yes.
And I think you said yes. But
yes, but I can't categorically say that is the case. As I say, I wasn't party to the survey, and I think Mr. Thompson also maybe touched on that in his evidence, that it was conducted by a third party.
My question really was, figure 3 says current arrival and departure traffic patterns.
Yeah.
But I think you showed in your video there was also an overflying plane.
That's correct.
So would that not be potentially mean, you weren't involved in this diagram, but potentially overflying planes would not be included here.
Well, if it says arrival and departures, you take it as read, then no, they wouldn't be.
And I mean, very, very broadly, I mean, we're looking at in the box in the top right-hand corner of figure 3.
Yeah.
Shows what seems to me relatively low numbers of flights associated with Prestwick. How would those numbers compare with the number of overflights there might be in this airspace typically? I mean, I don't expect you to put an exact figure on it, but I mean, would they be broadly the same sort of numbers or much more? Or
well, if you look at the period of time recently, they'd probably be significantly less, because you have overflights routing within the ATS route structure more widely, and that could include, well, it does incorporate on occasion, and we saw that in one of the video clips, aircraft transiting at 37,000 feet. So they're probably most likely to be transatlantic traffic, which tends to route up over the northwest coast of Scotland on a regular basis. So that could be a significant proportion of it. But the Scottish TMA, Terminal Manoeuvring Area, which basically covers the whole of central Scotland pretty much and sits above the 3 main airports in that area, which are Prestwick, Edinburgh and Glasgow, will also accommodate flights transiting between not just those airports, but further afield, as Mr. Wiley, I think, mentioned, up Papa 600, which goes all the way from Dublin up to Aberdeen. So as we come out of the pandemic, particularly, that could actually generate quite a lot of other traffic. What I must add, though, is that if you're thinking about this in terms of like what the controllers at Prestwick potentially see on their displays, as well as our own traffic, there are mechanisms, to be honest, that we can apply to what we see to filter out traffic above certain levels. So that might actually aid in reducing the potential situational awareness that you might be thinking about.
And that's both with the existing S511 system and with Terma.
Not quite. With the S511, you cannot remove the green and yellow returns that we observed, but you can filter out certain aspects of the SSR, the secondary surveillance radar labels that are associated with those aircraft. With Terma, you might be able to do something a little bit beyond that. But again, that might be for Mr. Fido to speak to, or Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you. And I think the last one from me, if you could look at paragraph 13 of your recognition.
Certainly.
And there you say that it's best practice for ATCOs to avoid routing traffic close to or over areas of wind farm clutter. And that requirement may therefore leave little room for manoeuvre. So what I'm envisaging in my mind is there are areas that you wish to avoid, and then you seek to have certain corridors through your airspace that you can route traffic through. And presumably those corridors need to be wide enough for you to be able to maintain clear separation from the wind farms on either side, and you can follow your plane through the gap. And my question is, how wide does the gap need to be?
It's a tricky one. So if you look at Papa 600, the standard conventional width of an airway is 10 nautical miles. So that would mean that a controller generally has the ability, if there's no clutter present, to fly aircraft, say, and the general convention is that you would try and fly aircraft not within 2 nautical miles of the boundary of that airway. So that leaves you arguably 6 miles in the middle. So you could route one aircraft at one side of the airway, 2 nautical miles from the boundary of the airway, and then one on the other side, and you should in theory have a gap of about 5 or 6 miles in between. If you look at the area potentially between where Clauchrie is proposed and the existing development of Hagyard Hill, notwithstanding what it says in the ACP, that would then give you a corridor, so to speak, which may be, well, I don't know, in the order of, I think Mr. Fido mentioned to me earlier this morning that actually if you take the two closest turbines to each other within those two developments potentially, the gap isn't much more than 3 miles. Now that's, in that regard, I don't have the technical knowledge to say that that will actually end up being the case if this development is built, but without mitigation, there isn't a lot of room, and you could probably do what I did in the video clips and take one aircraft through that gap, as it were, to give you a significant bit of clear airspace between the clutter, but there wouldn't be any room for anything else. Or you couldn't take 2 aircraft side by side through that gap. You would have to go, you know, either side of one or the other. And obviously, if you're trying to remain within controlled airspace, then you couldn't go to the south of Clauchrie, because in our instance, you're taking that aircraft outside controlled airspace, and there are certain criteria for being allowed to do that. And one is the pilot should request it, and it's not up to the controller just to decide to do that off their own volition, as it were. So without mitigation, you could find yourself having less flexibility if you have one or more flights operating in that general area of airspace. The route structure thing, as I've said, whilst the CAA have approved our ACP, it's a slightly more complex issue than maybe is being portrayed by Mr. McLeod.
Good, thank you very much. That's all my questions. So I'll pass you back now to Mr. Brown for any further points he wants to pick up with you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Yes, just a few. Mr. Smith, you were taken to CAP 1738, which is CD 916, and you said that you weren't familiar with that document. Now, notwithstanding that, how familiar are you with the routes which are contained in that document?
I am, in terms of what the outputs from that document proposal are, yes.
And what process did the airport go through with its ATCs before starting to follow those routes?
So, as I've already intimated, I wasn't close to the development of this proposal, because at the point it would have been beyond my remit. Mr. Thompson, I think, again mentioned that in his evidence, that there was a sort of working group, a team of individuals who dealt with that. Now, I'd have anticipated if there were going to be any significant changes to the way in which the controlling team at Prestwick were expected to operate post-implementation, that those would have been communicated to them at the time. I'm not aware of anything to that extent, and as I've tried to intimate, these routings, particularly the inbound ones, are based on PBN and RNP type procedures, and not all aircraft are able to fly those routings. And at the moment, as I said to Mr. McLeod, there's a general expectation that aircraft would still be vectored for approaches to the instrument landing system. And that's not to say that we don't move to a position whereby aircraft ultimately end up using this route structure for the reasons that the regulator has mentioned. But as far as I'm aware, that's not the position we're at just yet. If we need to move to that, then I'm sure that some actions will take place to ensure that that happens accordingly.
Yes, thank you. How did you become aware of the routes, though, in the air change proposal?
Well, they're published in the Aeronautical information publication, but we also underwent some training in what to expect with regard to how you would deliver these approaches to pilots. And generally speaking, the pilot would normally request one of these approaches rather than the controller automatically providing it for them, because there is a pretty good chance as it stands at the moment that a certain number of certainly a significant number of aircraft might actually reject that approach and request what is generally provided to them at the present time, which is the radar vectored approach to the instrument landing system.
Yes, and
as to both runways.
And how acceptable is that within the context of the change proposal?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't say you shouldn't do it. If someone wants to correct me on that point, then of course I would take cognizance of that. It's just the idea that, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a significant move towards aircraft flying PBN-based approaches as of yet. I would suggest that at Prestwick, we may see in the region of maybe 10% of aircraft requesting that type of approach. Now, in the fullness of time, that may well change. But it's a little bit like that EC argument that we were exploring, notwithstanding the fact that the ACP has been approved by the regulator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I have no further questions, and thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, for your time today. Mr. Smith, sorry. Mr. Brown, do we want to lead your next witness today? I'm conscious of what you said about the need for cleaning and so on, and we're clearly not going to finish with your witness today, so perhaps the best thing is to hold him over until tomorrow. What do you think?
That would be appreciated, sir, just because we need to deal with the questions again tonight, and I would rather just do that and make a fresh start in the morning.
That's fine, and would a 10 o'clock start be fine? We've only got the one witness to finish with tomorrow, so do you both agree that we can get through Mr. Kirkland with a 10 o'clock start?
Well,
We will.
Mr. McLeod?
I was going to say, sir, we'll certainly get through Mr. Kirkland tomorrow. Two things. One, I'm not sure how long his examination in chief is going to be. And number two, there may be some practical issues for the afternoon for some members of my team. I was wondering whether if people are available, if we could start at 9:30, that would probably suit my team better, if that's at all possible.
that would be fine for the airports team, sir.
Very well then, 9:30.
You, sir, that's the most important thing.
Well, I'm working from home, as you can see, so 9:30 is no difficulty for me. I'm just conscious of the overall length of the day, really. I think it's unfair on us all to be working sort of more than 5 hours, really, but certainly more than 6 hours on video conferencing technology.
I think certainly, I mean, if we start at 9:30, as things stand at the moment, there's no doubt in my mind we'll be finished before lunch.
That's good. Well, we'll see you at 9:30 then. That's absolutely fine as far as I'm concerned. So I'll see you both then. In the meantime, I'll say goodnight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.